2 of this counting. So we'll continue from 961,000. Thank you, Jesus. 961,001, 961,002, 961,003, 961,004, 961,005, 961,006, 961,007, 961,008, 961,009, 961,010, 961,011, 961,012, 961,013, 961,014, 961,015, 961,016, 961,017, 961,018, 961,019, 961,020. 961,021, 961,022, 961,023, 961,024, 961,025, 961,026, 961,027, 961,028, 961,029, 961,030, 961,031, 961,032, 961,033, 961,034, 961,035, 961,036, 961,037, 961,038, 961,039, 961,040, 961,041, 961,042, 961,043, 961,044, 961,045, 961,046, 961,047, 961,048, 961,049, 961,050, 961,051, 961,052, 961,053, 961,054, 961,055, 961,056, 961,057, 961,058, 961,059, 961,060, 961,061, 961,062, 961,063, 961,064, 961,065, 961,066, 961,067, 961,068, 961,069, 961,070, 961,071, 961,072, 961,073, 961,074, 961,075, 961,076, 961,077, 961,078, 961,079, 961,080, 961,081, 961,082, 961,083, 961,084, 961,085, 961,086, 961,087, 961,088, 961,089, 961,090, 961,091, 961,092, 961,093, 961,094, 961,095, 961,096, 961,097, 961,098, 961,099, 961,100, 961,101, 961,102, 961,103, 961,104, 961,105, 961,106, 961,107, 961,108, 961,109, 961,110, 961,111, 961,112, 961,113, 961,114, 961,115, 961,116, 961,117, 961,118, 961,119, 961,120, 961,121, 961,122, 961,123, 961,124, 961,125, 961,126, 961,127, 961,128, 961,129, 961,130, 961,131, 961,132, 961,133, 961,134, 961,135, 961,136, 961,137, 961,138, 961,139, 961,140, 961,141, 961,142, 961,143, 961,144, 961,145, 961,146, 961,147, 961,148, 961,149, 961,150, 961,151, 961,152, 961,153, 961,154, 961,155, 961,156, 961,157, 961,158, 961,159, 961,160, 961,161, 961,162, 961,163, 961,164, 961,165, 961,166, 961,167, 961,168, 961,169, 961,170, 961,171, 961,172, 961,173, 961,174, 961,175, 961,176, 961,177, 961,178, 961,179, 961,180, 961,181, 961,182, 961,183, 961,184, 961,185, 961,186, 961,187, 961,188, 961,189, 961,190, 961,191, 961,192, 961,193, 961,194, 961,195, 961,196, 961,197, 961,198, 961,199, 961,200, 961,201, 961,202, 961,203, 961,204, 961,205, 961,206, 961,207, 961,208, 961,209, 961,210, 961,211, 961,212, 961,213, 961,214, 961,215, 961,216, 961,217, 961,218, 961,219, 961,220, 961,221, 961,222, 961,223, 961,224, 961,225, 961,235, 961,236, 961,237, 961,228, 961,229, 961,230, 961,231, 961,232, 961,233, 961,234, 961,235, 961,236, 961,237, 961,238, 961,239, 961,240, 961,241, 961,242, 961,243, 961,244, 961,245, 961,246, 961,247, 961,248, 961,249, 961,250, 961,251, 961,252, 961,253, 961,254, 961,255, 961,256, 961,257, 961,258, 961,259, 961,260. 961,261, 961,262, 961,263, 961,264, 961,265, 961,266, 961,267, 961,268, 961,269, 961,270, 961,271, 961,272, 961,273, 961,274, 961,275, 961,276, 961,277, 961,278, 961,279, 961,280. 961,281, 961,282, 961,283, 961,284, 961,285, 961,286, 961,287, 961,288, 961,289, 961,290. 961,291, 961,292, 961,293, 961,294, 961,295, 961,296, 961,297, 961,298, 961,299, 961,300. 961,301, 961,302, 961,303, 961,304, 961,305, 961,306, 961,307, 961,308, 961,309, 961,310. 961,311, 961,312, 961,313, 961,314, 961,315, 961,316, 961,317, 961,318, 961,319, 961,320. 961,321, 961,322, 961,323, 961,324, 961,325, 961,326, 961,327, 961,328, 961,329, 961,330, 961,331, 961,332, 961,333, 961,334, 961,335, 961,336, 961,337, 961,338, 961,339, 961,340. 961,341. 961,342. 961,343. 961,344. 961,345. 961,346. 961,347. 961,348. 961,349. 961,350. 961,351. 961,352. 961,353. 961,354. 961,355. 961,356. 961,357. 961,358. 961,359. 961,360. 961,361. 961,362. 961,363. 961,364. 961,365. 961,366. 961,367. 961,368. 961,369. 961,370. 961,371. 961,372. 961,373. 961,374. 961,375. 961,376. 961,377. 961,378. 961,379. 961,380. 961,381. 961,382. 961,383. 961,384. 961,385. 961,386. 961,387. 961,388. 961,389. 961,390. 961,391. 961,392. 961,393. 961,394. 961,395. 961,396. 961,397. 961,398. 961,399. 961,400. 961,401. 961,402. 961,403. 961,404. 961,405. 961,406. 961,407. 961,408. 961,409. 961,410. 961,411. 961,412. 961,413. 961,414. 961,415. 961,416. 961,417. 961,418. 961,419. 961,420. 961,421. 961,422. 961,423. 961,424. 961,425. 961,426. 961,427. 961,428. 961,429. 961,430. 961,431. 961,432. 961,433. 961,434. 961,435. 961,436. 961,437. 961,438. 961,439. 961,440. 961,441. 961,442. 961,443. 961,444. 961,445. 961,446. 961,447. 961,448. 961,449. 961,450. 961,451. 961,415. 961,453. 961,454. 961,455. 961,456. 961,457. 961,458. 961,459. 961,460. 961,461. 961,462. 961,463, 961,464, 961,465, 961,466, 961,467, 961,468, 961,469, 961,460, 961,461, 961,462, 961,463, 961,464, 961,465, 961,466, 961,467, 961,468, 961,469, 961,470, 961,471, 961,472, 961,473, 961,404, 961,405, 961,406, 961,407, 961,408, 961,409, 961,480. 961,481, 961,482, 961,483, 961,484, 961,485, 961,486, 961,487, 961,488, 961,489, 961,490. 961,491, 961,492, 961,493, 961,494, 961,495, 961,496, 961,497, 961,498, 961,499, 961,500. 961,501, 961,502, 961,503, 961,504, 961,505, 961,506, 961,507, 961,508, 961,509, 961,510, 961,511, 961,512, 961,513, 961,514, 961,515, 961,516, 961,517, 961,518, 961,519, 961,520. 961,521, 961,522, 961,533, 961,534, 961,535, 961,536, 961,537, 961,538, 961,539, 961,540, 961,541, 961,542, 961,543, 961,544, 961,545, 961,546, 961,547, 961,548, 961,549, 961,550, 961,551, 961,552, 961,553, 961,554, 961,555, 961,556, 961,557, 961,558, 961,559, 961,560, 961,561, 961,562, 961,563, 961,564, 961,565, 961,566, 961,567, 961,568, 961,569, 961,570, 961,571, 961,572, 961,573, 961,574, 961,575, 961,576, 961,577, 961,578, 961,579, 961,580, 961,581, 961,582, 961,583, 961,584, 961,585, 961,586, 961,587, 961,588, 961,589, 961,590, 961,491, 961,492, 961,493, 961,494, 961,495, 961,496, 961,497, 961,498, 961,499, 961,600, 961,601, 961,602, 961,603, 961,604, 961,605, 961,606, 961,607, 961,608, 961,609, 961,610, 961,611, 961,612, 961,613, 961,614, 961,615, 961,616, 961,617, 961,618, 961,619, 961,620, 961,621, 961,622, 961,623, 961,624, 961,625, 961,626, 961,627, 961,628, 961,629, 961,630, 961,631, 961,632, 961,633, 961,634, 961,635, 961,636, 961,637, 961,638, 961,639, 961,640, 961,641, 961,642, 961,643, 961,644, 961,645, 961,646, 961,647, 961,648, 961,649, 961,650, 961,651, 961,652, 961,653, 961,654, 961,655, 961,656, 961,657, 961,658, 961,659, 961,660, 961,661, 961,662, 961,663, 961,664, 961,665, 961,666, 961,667, 961,668, 961,669, 961,670, 961,671. Okay. Hi, good man, Dave. Mr. and Mrs. Good. Agreed. 961,670, 961,671, 961,672, 961,673, 961,604, 961,605, 961,606, 961,607, 961,608, 961,609, 961,680, 961,681, 961,682, 961,683, 961,684, 961,685, 961,686, 961,687, 961,688, 961,689, 961,690, 961,691, 961,692, 961,693, 961,694, 961,695, 961,696, 961,697, 961,698, 961,699, 961,700, 961,701, 961,702, 961,703, 961,704, 961,705, 961,706, 961,707, 961,708, 961,709, 961,710, 961,711, 961,712, 961,713, 961,714, 961,715, 961,716, 961,717, 961,718, 961,719, 961,720. 961,721, 961,722, 961,723, 961,724, 961,725, 961,726, 961,727, 961,728, 961,729, 961,730. 961,731, 961,732, 961,733, 961,734, 961,735, 961,736, 961,737, 961,738, 961,739, 961,740. 961,741, 961,742, 961,743, 961,744, 961,745, 961,746, 961,747, 961,748, 961,749, 961,750. 961,751, 961,752, 961,753, 961,754, 961,755, 961,756, 961,757, 961,758, 961,759, 961,760. 961,761, 961,762, 961,763, 961,764, 961,765, 961,766, 961,767, 961,768, 961,769, 961,770. 961,771, 961,772, 961,773, 961,774, 961,775, 961,776, 961,777, 961,778, 961,779, 961,780. 961,781, 961,782, 961,783, 961,784, 961,785, 961,786, 961,787, 961,788, 961,789, 961,790. 961,791, 961,792, 961,793, 961,794, 961,795, 961,796, 961,797, 961,798, 961,799, 961,800. 961,801, 961,802, 961,803, 961,804, 961,805, 961,806, 961,807, 961,808, 961,809, 961,810. 961,811, 961,812, 961,813, 961,814, 961,815, 961,816, 961,817, 961,818, 961,819, 961,820. 961,821, 961,822, 961,823, 961,824, 961,825, 961,826, 961,827, 961,828, 961,829, 961,830. 961,831, 961,832, 961,833, 961,834, 961,835, 961,836, 961,837, 961,838, 961,839, 961,840. 961,841. 961,842. 961,843. 961,844. 961,845. 961,846. 961,847. 961,848. 961,849. 961,850. 961,851. 961,852. 961,853. 961,854. 961,855. 961,856. 961,857. 961,858. 961,859. 961,860. 961,861. 961,862. 961,863. 961,864. 961,865. 961,866. 961,867. 961,868. 961,869. 961,870. 961,871. 961,872. 961,873. 961,874. 961,875. 961,876. 961,877. 961,878. 961,879. 961,880. 961,881. 961,882. 961,883. 961,881. 961,885. 961,886. 961,887. 961,888. 961,889. 961,890. 961,890. 961,890. 961,893. 961,894. 961,895. 961,896. 961,897. 961,898. 961,899. 961,900. 961,901. 961,902. 961,903. 961,904. 961,905. 961,906. 961,907. 961,908. 961,909. 961,910. 961,911. 961,912. 961,913. 961,913. 961,914. 961,915. 961,915. 961,916. 961,918. 961,919. 961,920. 961,921. 961,922. 961,923. 961,924. 961,925. 961,926. 961,927. 961,928. 961,929. 961,930. 961,931. 961,932. 961,933. 961,934. 961,935. 961,936. 961,937. 961,938. 961,939. 961,940. 961,941. 961,942. 961,943. 961,944. 961,945. 961,946. 961,947. 961,948. 961,949. 961,950. 961,951. 961,952. 961,953. 961,954. 961,955. 961,956. 961,957. 961,958. 961,959. 961,960. 961,961. 961,962. 961,963. 961,964. 961,965. 961,966. 961,967. 961,968. 961,969. 961,970. 961,971. 961,972. 961,973. 961,974, 961,975, 961,976, 961,977, 961,978, 961,979, 961,980. 961,981, 961,982, 961,983, 961,984, 961,985, 961,986, 961,987, 961,988, 961,989, 961,990, 961,991, 961,992, 961,993, 961,994, 961,995, 961,996, 961,997, 961,998, 961,999, 961,999, 962,000, 962,001, 962,002, 962,003, 962,004, 962,005, 962,006, 962,007, 962,008, 962,009, 962,010, 962,011, 962,012, excuse me, 962,013, 962,014, 962,015, 962,016, 962,017, 962,018, 962,019, 962,020, 962,021, 962,022, 962,023, 962,024, 962,025, 962,026, 962,027, 962,028, 962,029, 962,030, 962,031, 962,032, 962,033, 962,034, 962,035, 962,036, 962,037, 962,038, 962,039, 962,040, 962,041, 962,042, 962,043, 962,044, 962,045, 962,046, 962,047, 962,048, 962,049, 962,050, 962,051, 962,052, 962,053, 962,054, 962,055, 962,056, 962,057, 962,058, 962,059, 962,060, 962,061, 962,062, 962,063, 962,064, 962,065, 962,066, 962,067, 962,068, 962,069, 962,070, 962,071, 962,072, 962,073, 962,074, 962,075, 962,076, 962,077, 962,078, 962,079, 962,080, 962,081, 962,082, 962,083, 962,084, 962,085, 962,086, 962,087, 962,088, 962,089, 962,090, 962,091, 962,092, 962,093, 962,094, 962,095, 962,096, 962,097, 962,098, 962,099, 962,100, 962,101, 962,102, 962,103, 962,104, 962,105, 962,106, 962,107, 962,108, 962,109, 962,110, 962,111, 962,112, 962,113, 962,114. Thank you, Jesus. 962,101, 962,102, 962,103, 962,104, 962,105, 962,106, 962,107, 962,108, 962,109, 962,110, 962,111, 962,112, 962,113, 962,114, 962,115, 962,115, 962,117, 962,118, 962,119, 962,120, 962,121, 962,122, 962,123, 962,124, 962,125, 962,126, 962,127, 962,128, 962,129, 962,130, 962,131, 962,132, 962,133, 962,134, 962,135, 962,136, 962,137, 962,138, 962,139, 962,140, 962,145, 962,142, 962,143, 962,144, 962,145, 962,146, 962,147, 962,148, 962,149, 962,150, 962,151, 962,152, 962,153, 962,154, 962,155, 962,156, 962,157, 962,158, 962,159, 962,160, 962,161, 962,162, 962,163, 962,164, 962,165, 962,166, 962,167, 962,168, 962,169, 962,170, 962,171, 962,172, 962,173, 962,174, 962,175, 962,176, 962,177, 962,178, 962,169, 962,180, 962,181, 962,182, 962,183, 962,184, 962,185, 962,186, 962,187, 962,188, 962,189, 962,190, 962,191, 962,192, 962,193, 962,194, 962,195, 962,196, 962,197, 962,198, 962,199, 962,200, 962,201, 962,202, 962,203, 962,204, 962,205, 962,206, 962,207, 962,208. 962,290. 962,210. 962,211. 962,212. 962,213. 962,214. 962,215. 962,216. 962,218. 962,219. 962,220. 962,221. 962,222. 962,223. 962,224. 962,225. 962,226. Thank you, Jesus. Shall not stand in Jesus' name. Now let's sit and 249. Now let's sit and 250. Now let's sit and 251. Now let's sit and 252. Now let's sit and 253. Now let's sit and 254. Now let's sit and 255. Now let's sit and 256. Now let's sit and 257. Now let's sit and 258. Now let's sit and 259. Now let's sit and 260. Now let's sit and 261. Now let's sit and 262. Now let's sit and 263. Now let's sit and 264. Now let's sit and 265. Now let's sit and 266. Now let's sit and 267. Now let's sit and 268. Now let's sit and 269. Now let's sit and 270. Now let's sit and 271. Now let's sit and 272. Now let's sit and 273. Now let's sit and 274. Now let's sit and 275. Now let's sit and 276. Now let's sit and 277. Now let's sit and 278. Now let's sit and 279. Now let's sit and 280. Now let's sit and 281. Now let's sit and 282. Now let's sit and 283. Now let's sit and 284. Now let's sit and 285. Now let's sit and 286. Now let's sit and 287. Now let's sit and 288. Now let's sit and 289. Now let's sit and 290. Now let's sit and 291. Now let's sit and 292. Now let's sit and 293. Now let's sit and 294. Now let's sit and 295. Now let's sit and 296. Now let's sit and 297. Now let's sit and 298. Now let's sit and 299. Now let's sit 2,300. Now let's sit and 301. Now let's sit and 302. Now let's sit and 303. Now let's sit and 304. Now let's sit and 305. Now let's sit and 306. Now let's sit and 307. Now let's sit and 308. Now let's sit and 309. Now let's sit and 310. Now let's sit and 311. Now let's sit and 312. Now let's sit and 313. Now let's sit and 314. Now let's sit and 315. Now let's sit and 316. Now let's sit and 317. Now let's sit and 318. Now let's sit and 319. Now let's sit 2,320. Now let's sit 2,221. Now let's sit 2,222. Now let's sit 2,223. Now let's sit 2,224. Now let's sit 2,225. Now let's sit 2,226. Now let's sit 2,227. Now let's sit 2,228. Now let's sit 2,229. Now let's sit 2,330. Now let's sit 2,331. Now let's sit 2,332. Now let's sit 2,333. Now let's sit 2,334. Now let's sit 2,335. Now let's sit 2,336. Now let's sit 2,337. Now let's sit 2,338. Now let's sit 2,339. Now let's sit 2,340. Now let's sit 2,341. Now let's sit 2,342. Now let's sit 2,343. Now let's sit 2,344. Now let's sit 2,345. Now let's sit 2,346. Now let's sit 2,347. Now let's sit 2,348. Now let's sit 2,349. Now let's sit 2,350. Now let's sit 2,351. Now let's sit 2,352. Now let's sit 2,353. Now let's sit 2,354. Now let's sit 2,355. Now let's sit 2,356. Now let's sit 2,357. Now let's sit 2,358. Now let's sit 2,359. Now let's sit 2,360. 960. 960 times 260. 960 times 260. 960 times 260. 960 times 264. 960 times 265. 960 times 266. 960 times 267. 960 times 268. 960 times 269. 960 times 270. 960 times 271. 960 times 272. 960 times 273. 960 times 274. 960 times 275. 960 times 276. 960 times 277. 960 times 278. 960 times 279. 960 times 298. 960 times 281. 960 times 282. 960 times 283. 960 times 281. 960 times 285. 960 times 286. 960 times 287. 960 times 288. 960 times 289. 960 times 290. 960 times 291. 960 times 292. 960 times 290. 960 times 294. 960 times 295. 960 times 296. 960 times 297. 960 times 298. 960 times 299. 960 2,400. 960 times 401. 960 times 400. 960 times 403. 960 times 404. 960 times 405. 960 times 406. 960 times 407. 960 times 408. 960 times 409. 962,410. 962,411. 962,412. 962,430. 962,440. 962,450. 962,460. 962,460. 962,480. 962,419. 962,420. 962,431. 962,432. 962,433. 962,434. 962,435. 962,436. 962,437. 962,438. 962,439. 962,430. 962,435. 962,432. 962,433. 962,434. 962,435. 962,436. 962,437. 962,438. 962,439. 962,440. 962,440. 962,440. 962,440. 962,441. 962,445. 962,446. 962,447. 962,448. 962,449. 962,450. 962,451. 962,450. 962,450. 962,454. 962,455. 962,456. 962,457. 962,458. 962,459. 962,460. 962,461. 962,462. 962,463. 962,464. 962,465. 962,466. 962,467. 962,468. 962,469. 962,470. 962,471. 962,472. 962,470. 962,474. 962,475. 962,476. 962,477. 962,478. 962,479. 962,480. 962,481. 962,480. 962,483. 962,484. 962,485. 962,486. 962,487. 962,488. 962,489. 962,490. 962,491. 962,492. 962,493. 962,494. 962,495. 962,496. 962,497. 962,498. 962,499. 962,500. 962,501. 962,502. 962,503. 962,504. 962,505. 962,506. 962,507. 962,508. 962,509. 962,510. 962,511. 962,512. 962,513. 962,514. 962,515. 962,516. 962,517. 962,518. 962,519. 962,520. 962,521, 962,522, 962,523, 962,524, 962,525, 962,526. Now that's 2025. Now that's 2026. Now that's 2027. Now that's 2028. Now that's 2029. Now that's 2030. Now that's 2031. Now that's 2030. Now that's 2032. Now that's 2035. Now that's 2036. Now that's 2037. Now that's 2038. Now that's 2039. Now that's 2,540. Now that's 2,541. Now that's 2,542. Now that's 2,543. Now that's 2,542. Now that's 2,545. Now that's 2,546. Now that's 2,547. Now that's 2,548. Now that's 2,549. 962,550. 962,551. 962,552. 962,553. 962,554. 962,555. 962,556. 962,557. 962,558. 962,559. 962,560. 962,561. 962,562. 962,563. 962,564. 962,565. 962,566. 962,567. 962,568. 962,569. 962,570. 962,571. 962,572. 962,573. 962,574. 962,575. 962,576. 962,577. 962,578. 962,579. 962,580. 962,581. 962,582. 962,583. 962,584. 962,585. 962,586. 962,587. 962,588. 962,589. 962,590. 962,591. 962,592. 962,593. 962,594. 962,595. 962,596. 962,597. 962,598. 962,599. 962,600. 962,601. 962,602. 962,603. 962,604. 962,605. 962,606. 962,607. 962,608. 962,609. 962,610. 962,611. 962,612. 962,613. 962,614. 962,615. 962,616. 962,617. 962,618. 962,619. 962,620. 962,621. 962,622. 962,623. 962,624. 962,625. 962,626. 962,627. 962,628. 962,629. 962,630. 962,631. 962,632. 962,634. 633. 962,634. 962,635. 962,636. 962,637. 962,638. 962,639. 962,640. 962,141, 962,142, 962,143, 962,144, 962,145, 962,146, 962,147, 962,148, 962,149, 962,250, 962,251, 962,252, 962,253, 962,254, 962,255, 962,256, 962,257, 962,258, 962,259, 962,270, 962,271, 962,272, 962,273, 962,274, 962,275, 962,276, 962,277, 962,278, 962,279, 962,280, 962,281, 962,282, 962,283, 962,284, 962,285, 962,286, 962,287, 962,288, 962,289, 962,290, 962,291, 962,292, 962,293, 962,294, 962,295, 962,296, 962,297, 962,298, 962,299, 962,700, 962,701, 962,702, 962,703, 962,704, 962,705, 962,706, 962,707, 962,708, 962,709, 962,710, 962,711, 962,712, 962,713, 962,714, 962,715, 962,716, 962,717, 962,718, 962,719, 962,720, 962,721, 962,722, 962,723, 962,724, 962,725, 962,726, 962,727, 962,728, 962,729, 962,730, 962,731, 962,732, 962,733, 962,734, 962,735, 962,736, 962,737, 962,738, 962,739, 962,740, 962,741, 962,742, 962,743, 962,744, 962,745, 962,746, 962,747, 962,748, 962,749, 962,750, 962,751, 962,752, 962,753, 962,754, 962,755, 962,756, 962,757, 962,758, 962,759, 962,760, 962,761, 962,762, 962,763, 962,764, 962,765, 962,766, 962,767, 962,768, 962,769, 962,770. Thank you, Holy Spirit. 960,700. 949, 967,750, 967,751, 967,752, 967,753, 967,754, 967,755, 967,756, 967,757, 967,758, 967,759, 967,760. 967,761, 967,762, 967,763, 967,764, 967,765, 967,766, 967,767, 967,768, 967,769, 967,770. Now that's the super seven seven. 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 Now that's the super seven seven eight. Now that's the super seven seven nine. Now that's the super 780. Now that's the super 781. Now that's the super 782. Now that's the super 783. Now that's the super 784. Now that's the super 785. Now that's the super 786. Now that's the super 787. Now that's the super 788. Now that's the super 789. Now that's the super 790. Now that's the super 791. Now that's the super 792. Now that's the super 793. Now that's the super 794. Now that's the super 795. Now that's the super 796. Now that's the super 797. Now that's the super 798. Now that's the super 799. 962,800. Now that's the 2,801. Now that's the 2,802. Now that's the 2,800. 203. Now that's the 2,804. Now that's the 2,805. Now that's the 2,806. Now that's the 2,807. Now that's the 2,808. Now that's the 2,809. Now that's the 2,810. Now that's the 2,811. Now that's the 2,812. Now that's the 2,813. Now that's the 2,814. Now that's the 2,815. Now that's the 2,816. Now that's the 2,817. Now that's the 2,818. Now that's the 2,819. Now that's the 2,820. Now that's the 2,821. Now that's the 2,822. Now that's the 2,823. Now that's the 2,824. Now that's the 2,825. Now that's the 2,826. Now that's the 2,827. Now that's the 2,828. Now that's the 2,825. 2,828. Now that's the 2,829. Now that's the 2,890. Now that's the 2,829. Now that's 2,830. Now that's 2,831. Now that's 2,832. Now that's 2,833. Now that's 2,834. Now that's 2,835. Now that's 2,836. Now that's 2,837. Now that's 2,838. Now that's 2,839. Now that's 2,840. Now that's 2,841. Now that's 2,842. Now that's 2,843. Now that's 2,844. Now that's 2,845. Now that's 2,846. Now that's 2,847. Now that's 2,848. Now that's 2,849. Now that's 2,850. Now that's 2,851. Now that's 2,852. Now that's 2,853. Now that's 2,854. Now that's 2,855. Now that's 2,856. Now that's 2,857. Now that's 2,858. Now that's 2,859. Now that's 2,860. Now that's 2,861. Now that's 2,862. Now that's 2,863. Now that's 2,864. Now that's 2,865. Now that's 2,866. Now that's 2,867. Now that's 2,868. Now that's 2,869. Now that's 62,870. Now that's 2,871. Now that's 2,872. Now that's 2,873. Now that's 2,874. Now that's 2,875. Now that's 2,876. Now that's 2,877. 962,878, 962,879, 962,880, 962,881, 962,882, 962,883, 962,884, 962,885, 962,886, 962,887, 962,888, 962,889, 962,890, 962,891, 962,892, 962,893, 962,894, 962,895, 962,896, 962,897, 962,898, 962,899, 962,900. 962,901, 962,902, 962,903, 962,904, 962,905, 962,906, 962,907, 962,908, 962,909, 962,910. 962,911, 962,912, 962,913, 962,914, 962,915, 962,916, 962,917, 962,918, 962,919, 962,920. 962,921, 962,922, 962,923, 962,924, 962,925, 962,926, 962,927, 962,928, 962,929, 962,930. 962,931, 962,932, 962,933, 962,934, 962,935, 962,936, 962,937, 962,938, 962,939, 962,940. 962,941, 962,942, 962,943, 962,944, 962,945, 962,946, 962,947, 962,948, 962,949, 962,950. 962,951, 962,952, 962,953, 962,954, 962,955, 962,956, 962,957, 962,958, 962,959, 962,970. 962,962, 962,962, 962,963, 962,964, 962,964, 962,966, 962,967, 962,968, 962,969, 962,980. 962,981, 962,982, 962,983, 962,984, 962,985, 962,986, 962,987, 962,988, 962,989, 962,990, 962,991, 962,992, 962,993, 962,994, 962,995, 962,996, 962,997, 962,998, 962,999, 962,999, 963,000, 963,001, 963,002, 963,003, 963,004, 963,005, 963,006, 963,007, 963,008, 963,009, 963,010, 963,011, 963,012, 963,013, 963,014, 963,015, 963,016, 963,017, 963,018, 963,019, 963,020, 963,021, 963,022, 963,023, 963,024, 963,025, 963,026, 963,027, 963,028, 963,029, 963,030. 963,031, 963,032, 963,033, 963,034, 963,035, 963,036, 963,037, 963,038, 963,039, 963,040, 963,041, 963,042, 963,043, 963,044, 963,045, 963,046, 963,047, 963,048, 963,049, 963,050, 963,051, 963,052, 963,053, 963,054, 963,055, 963,056, 963,057, 963,058, 963,059, 963,060, 963,061, 963,062, 963,063, 963,064, 963,065, 963,066, 963,067, 963,068, 963,069, 963,070, 963,071, 963,072, 963,073, 963,074, 963,075, 963,076, 963,077, 963,078, 963,079, 963,080. 963,081, 963,082, 963,083, 963,084, 963,085, 963,086, 963,087, 963,088, 963,089, 963,090, 963,091, 963,092, 963,093, 963,094, 963,095, 963,096, 963,097, 963,098, 963,099, 963,100, 963,101, 963,102, 963,103, 963,104, 963,105, 963,106, 963,107, 963,108, 963,109, 963,110, 963,111, 963,112, 963,113, 963,114, 963,115, 963,116, 963,117, 963,118, 963,119, 963,120, 963,131, 963,132, 963,133, 963,134, 963,135, 963,136, 963,137, 963,138, 963,139, 963,130, 963,131, 963,132, 963,134, 963,135, 963,136, 963,137, 963,138, 963,139, 963,140, 963,141, 963,142, 963,143, 963,144, 963,145, 963,146, 963,147, 963,148, 963,149, 963,150, 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 900 150 900 150 900 150 900 154 900 155 900 156 900 157 900 158 900 159 900 160 900 161 900 162 900 163 900 164 900 165 900 166 900 167 900 168 900 169 900 170 900 175 900 172 900 173 900 174 900 175 900 106 900 167 900 168 900 169 900 170 900 175 900 160 900 160 900 164 900 165 900 166 900 167 900 168 900 169 900 108 900 180 900 180 900 183 900 184 900 185 900 186 900 187 900 188 900 189 900 190 900 191 900 192 900 193 900 194 900 195 900 196 900 197 900 198 900 199 963,000 200 900,201 900,202 900,203 900,204 900,205 900,205 900,206 900,207 900,208 900,209 900,210 900,211 900,212 900,213 900,214 900,215 900,216 900,217 900,218 900,219 900,220 900,221 900,222 900,223 900,224 900,224 900,226 900,227 900,228 900,229 900,230 900,231 900,232 900,233 900,234 900,235 900,236 900,237 900,238 900,239 900,240 900,241 900,242 900,243 900,244 900,245 900,246 900,247 903,248, 903,249, 903,250, 903,251, 903,252, 903,253, 903,254, 903,255, 903,256, 903,257, 903,258, 903,259, 903,260, 903,261, 903,262, 903,263, 903,264, 903,265, 903,266, 903,267, 903,268, 903,269, 903,270, 903,271, 903,272, 903,273, 903,274, 903,275, 903,276, 903,277, 903,278, 903,279, 903,280, 903,281, 903,282, 903,283, 903,284, 903,285, 903,286, 903,287, 903,288, 903,289, 903,290, 903,291, 903,292, 903,293, 903,294, 903,295, 903,296, 903,297, 903,298, 903,299, 903,300, 903,301, 903,302, 903,303, 903,304, 903,305, 903,306, 903,307, 903,308, 903,309, 903,310, 903,311, 903,312, 903,313, 903,314, 903,315, 903,316, 903,317, 903,318, 903,319, 903,320, 903,321, 903,332, 903,333, 903,334, 903,335, 903,336, 903,337, 903,338, 903,339, 903,330. 903,231, 903,232, 903,233, 903,234, 903,235, 903,236, 903,237, 903,238, 903,239, 903,340. 903,241, 903,242, 903,243, 903,244, 903,245, 903,246, 903,247, 903,248, 903,249, 903,350. 903,251, 903,252, 903,253, 903,254, 903,255, 903,256, 903,257, 903,258, 903,259, 903,260. 903,261, 903,262, 903,263, 903,264, 903,265, 903,266, 903,267, 903,268, 903,269, 903,270. 903,271, 903,272, 903,273, 903,274, 903,275, 9,206, 9,207, 9,208, 9,209, 9,380. Now that's street and turn that it on. Now that's street and turn that it two. Now that's street and turn that it three. Now that's street and turn that it four. Now that's street and turn that it five. Now that's street and turn that it six. Now that's street and turn that it seven. Now that's street and turn that it eight. Now that's street and turn that it's nine. Now that's street and turn that 90. Now that's street and turn that 91. Now that's street and turn that 92. Now that's street and turn that 93. Now that's street and turn that 94. Now that's street and turn that 95. Now that's street and turn that 96. Now that's street and turn that 97. Now that's street and turn that 98. Now that's street and turn that 99. 963,400. Now that's 3,401. Now that's 3,402. Now that's 3,403. Now that's 3,404. Now that's 3,405. Now that's 3,405. Now that's 3,406. Now that's 3,407. Now that's 3,408. Now that's 3,409. Now that's 3,410. Now that's 3,411. Now that's 3,412. Now that's 3,413. Now that's 3,414. Now that's 3,415. Now that's 3,416. Now that's 3,417. Now that's 3,418. Now that's 3,419. Now that's 3,420. Now that's 3,431. Now that's 3,432. Now that's 3,433. Now that's 3,434. Now that's 3,435. Now that's 3,436. Now that's 3,437. Now that's 3,438. Now that's 3,439. Now that's 3,430. Now that's 3,431. Now that's 3,432. Now that's 3,433. Now that's 3,434. Now that's 3,435. Now that's 3,436. Now that's 3,437. Now that's 3,438. Now that's 3,439. Now that's 3,440. Now that's 3,441. Now that's 3,442. Now that's 3,443. Now that's 3,444. Now that's 3,445. Now that's 3,446. Now that's 3,447. Now that's 3,448. Now that's 3,449. Now that's 3,450. Now that's 3,451. Now that's 3,452. Now that's 3,453. Now that's 3,454. Now that's 3,455. Now that's 3,456. Now that's 3,457. Now that's 3,458. Now that's 3,459. Jesus Christ. Start. Jesus Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ. My Father, the blood of Jesus Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Jesus. 963,645. 963,646. 963,647. 963,648. 963,649. 963,650. 963,651. 963,652. 963,653. 963,664. 963,665. 963,666. 963,667. 963,668. 963,669. 963,670. 963,671. 963,672. 963,673. 963,674. 963,675. 963,676. 9,677, 9,678, 9,679, 9,680, 9,681, 9,682, 9,683, 9,684, 9,685, 9,686, 9,687, 9,688, 9,689, 9,690, 9,691, 9,692, 9,693, 9,694, 9,695, 9,696, 9,697, 9,698, 9,699, 9,603,000. Thank you, Jesus. 700. 9,601, 9,602, 9,603, 9,604, 9,605, 9,606, 9,607, 9,608, 9,609, 9,610, 9,611, 9,612, 9,613, 9,614, 9,615, 9,616, 9,616, 9,618, 9,619, 9,620. Now that's 3,722. Now that's 3,722. Now that's 3,723. Now that's 3,724. Now that's 3,725. Now that's 3,726. Now that's 3,727. Now that's 3,728. Now that's 3,729. 963,730. Now that's 3,731. Now that's 3,732. Now that's 3,733. Now that's 3,734. Now that's 3,735. Now that's 3,736. Now that's 3,737. Now that's 3,738. Now that's 3,739. Now that's 3,740. Now that's 3,745. Now that's 3,740. Now that's 3,743. Now that's 3,744. Now that's 3,745. Now that's 3,746. Now that's 3,747. Now that's 3,748. Now that's 3,749. Now that's 3,750. Now that's 3,755. Now that's 3,752. Now that's 3,753. Now that's 3,754. Now that's 3,755. Now that's 3,756. Now that's 3,757. Now that's 3,758. Now that's 3,759. Now that's 3,760. Now that's 3,761. Now that's 3,762. Now that's 3,763. Now that's 3,764. Now that's 3,765. Now that's 3,766. Now that's 3,767. Now that's 3,768. Now that's 3,769. Now that's 3,770. Now that's 3,771. Now that's 3,772. Now that's 3,773. Now that's 3,774. Now that's 3,775. Now that's 3,776. Now that's 3,777. Now that's 3,768. Now that's 3,769. Now that's 3,780. Now that's 3,781. Now that's 3,782. Now that's 3,783. Now that's 3,784. Now that's 3,785. Now that's 3,786. Now that's 3,787. Now that's 3,788. Now that's 3,789. Now that's 3,790. Now that's 3,791. Now that's 3,792. Now that's 3,793. Now that's 3,794. Now that's 3,795. Now that's 3,796. Now that's 3,797. Now that's 3,798. Now that's 3,799. Now that's 3,800. Now that's 3,801. Now that's 3,802. Now that's 3,803. Now that's 3,804. 9,805, 9,806, 9,807, 9,808, 9,809, 9,810, 9,811, 9,812, 9,813, 9,814, 9,815, 9,816, 9,817, 9,818, 9,819, 9,820. Now that's triple 821. Now that's triple 822. Now that's triple 823. Now that's triple 824. Now that's triple 825. Now that's triple 826. Now that's triple 827. Now that's triple 828. Now that's triple 829. Now that's triple 830. Now that's triple 831. Now that's triple 832. Now that's triple 833. Now that's triple 834. Now that's triple 835. Now that's triple 836. Now that's triple 837. Now that's triple 838. Now that's triple 839. Now that's triple 840. Now that's triple 841. Now that's triple 840. Now that's triple 843. Now that's triple 844. Now that's triple 845. Now that's triple 846. Now that's triple 847. Now that's triple 848. Now that's triple 849. Now that's 3,850. Now that's triple 851. Now that's triple 852. Now that's triple 853. Now that's triple 854. Now that's triple 855. Now that's triple 856. Now that's triple 857. Now that's triple 858. Now that's triple 859. Now that's triple 860. Now that's triple 861. Now that's triple 862. Now that's triple 863. Now that's triple 864. Now that's triple 865. Now that's triple 866. Now that's triple 867. Now that's triple 868. Now that's triple 869. Now that's triple 870. Now that's triple 861. Now that's triple 862. Now that's triple 863. Now that's triple 864. Now that's triple 865. Now that's triple 866. Now that's triple 867. Now that's triple 868. Now that's triple 869. Now that's triple 890. Now that's triple 891. Now that's triple 892. Now that's triple 893. Now that's triple 894. Now that's triple 895. Now that's triple 896. Now that's triple 897. Now that's triple 898. Now that's triple 899. 963,900. Now that's triple 901. Now that's triple 902. Now that's triple 903. Now that's triple 904. Now that's triple 905. Now that's triple 906. Now that's triple 907. Now that's triple 908. Now that's triple 909. Now that's triple 910. Now that's triple 911. Now that's triple 912. Now that's triple 913. Now that's triple 914. Now that's triple 915. Now that's triple 916. Now that's triple 916. Now that's triple 916. Now that's 16. Now that's triple 916. Now that's triple 918. Now that's triple 919. Now that's triple 920. Now that's triple 931. Now that's triple 932. Now that's triple 933. Now that's triple 934. Now that's triple 935. Now that's triple 936. Now that's triple 937. Now that's triple 938. Now that's triple 939. Now that's triple 930. 931, 932, 933, 934, 935, 936, 937, 938, 939, 940, 941, 942, 943, 944, 945, 946, 947, 948, 949, 950. Now that's street and now like it's one. Now that's street and now like it's two. Now that's street and now like it's three. Now that's street and now like it's four. Now that's street and now like it's five. Now that's street and now like it's six. Now that's street and now like it's seven. Now that's street and now like it's eight. Now that's street and now like it's nine. Now that's street and 960. Now that's street and now like it's one. Now that's street and now like it's two. Now that's written, now that's three. Now that's written, now that's four. Now that's written, now that's five. Now that's written, now that's six. Now that's written, now that's seven. Now that's written, now that's eight. Now that's written, now that's nine. Now that's written, now that's 17. Now that's written, now that's 18. Now that's written, now that's 89. Now that's written, now that's 3. Now that's written, now that's 4. Now that's written, now that's 5. 900 straight and now that's 6, 900 straight and now that's 7, 900 straight and now that's 8, 900 straight and now that's 9, 900 straight and 980, 900 straight and 980, 900 straight and 980, 900 straight and 983, 900 straight and 984, 900 straight and 985, 900 straight and 986, 900 straight and 987, 900 straight and 988, 900 straight and 989, 900 straight and 990, 900 straight and 991, 900 straight and 919, 900 straight and 993, 900 straight and 994, 900 straight and 995, 900 straight and 996, 900 straight and 997, 900 straight and 998, 900 straight and 999, 900 straight and 999, 964,000, 964,001, 964,002, 964,003, 964,004, 964,005, 964,006, 964,007, 964,008, 964,009, 964,010. 964,011, 964,012, 964,013, 964,014, 964,015, 964,016, 964,017, 964,018, 964,019, 964,020, 964,021, 964,022, 964,023, 964,024, 964,025, 964,026, 964,027, 964,028, 964,029, 964,030, 964,031, 964,032, 964,033, 964,034, 964,035, 964,036, 964,037, 964,038, 964,039, 964,040, 964,041, 964,042, 964,043, 964,044, 964,045, 964,046, 964,047, 964,048, 964,049, 964,050, 964,051, 964,052, 964,053, 964,054, 964,055, 964,066, 964,067, 964,068, 964,069, 964,070, 964,071, 964,072, 964,073, 964,074, 964,075, 964,076, 964,079, 964,079, 964,080, 964,081, 964,082, 964,083, 964,084, 964,085, 964,086, 964,087, 964,088, 964,089, 964,090, 964,091, 964,092, 964,093, 964,094, 964,095, 964,096, 964,097, 964,098, 964,099, 964,100, 964,101, 964,102, 964,103, 964,104, 964,105, 964,106, 964,107, 964,108, 964,109, 964,110, 964,111, 964,112, 964,113, 964,114, 964,115, 964,116, 964,117, 964,118, 964,119, 964,120, 964,121, 964,122, 964,123, 964,124, 964,125, 964,126, 964,127, 964,128, 964,129, 964,130, 964,131, 964,132, 964,133, 964,134, 964,135, 964,136, 964,137, 964,138, 964,139, 964,140, 964,141, 964,142, 964,143, 964,144, 964,145, 964,146, 964,147, 964,148, 964,149, 964,150, 964,151, 964,152, 964,153, 964,154, 964,155, 964,156, 964,157, 964,158, 964,159, 964,160, 964,161, 964,162, 964,163, 964,164, 964,165, 964,166, 964,167, 964,168, 964,169, 964,170, 964,171, 964,172, 964,173, 964,174, 964,175, 964,176, 964,177, 964,178, 964,179, 964,180, 964,181, 964,182, 964,183, 964,184, 964,185, 964,186, 964,187, 964,188, 964,189, 964,190, 964,191, 964,192, 964,193, 964,194, 964,195, 964,196, 964,197, 964,198, 964,199, 964,200, 964,201, 964,200, 964,203, 964,204, 964,205, 964,206, 964,207, excuse me, 964,208, 964,209, 964,210, 964,211, 964,212, 964,213, 964,214, 964,215, 964,216, 964,217, 964,218, 964,219, 964,220, 964,221, 964,222, 964,223, 964,224, 964,225, 964,226, 964,227, 964,228, 964,229, 964,230, 964,231, 964,232, 964,233, 964,234, 964,235, 964,236, 964,237, 964,238, 964,239, 964,240, 964,241, 964,242, 964,243, 964,244, 964,245, 964,246, 964,247, 964,248, 964,249, 964,250. Now that's is 4,251. Now that's is 4,252. Now that's is 4,253. Now that's is 4,254. Now that is 4,255. Now that is 4,256. Now that is 4,257. Now that is 4,258. Now that is 4,259. Now that's 64,260. Excuse me. Now that is 4,261. Now that is 4,262. Now that is 4,263. Now that is 4,264. Now that is 4,265. Now that is 4,206. Now that is 4,207. Now that is 4,208. Now that is 4,269. Now that is 4,270. Now that is 4,271. Now that is 4,272. Now that is 4,273. Now that is 4,274. Now that is 4,275. Now that is 4,276. Now that is 4,277. Now that is 4,278. Now that is 4,279. Now that is 4,208. Now that is 4,281. Now that is 4,282. Now that is 4,283. Now that is 4,284. Now that is 4,285. Now that is 4,286. Now that is 4,287. Now that is 4,288. Now that is 4,289. Now that is 4,290. Now that is 4,291. Now that is 4,292. Now that is 4,293. Now that is 4,294. Now that is 4,295. Now that is 4,296. Now that is 4,297. Now that is 4,298. Now that is 4,299. 964,300. Now that is 4,301. Now that is 4,302. Now that is 4,303. Now that is 4,304. Now that is 4,305. Now that is 4,306. Now that is 4,307. 964,308, 964,309, 964,310. 964,311, 964,312, 964,313, 964,314, 964,315, 964,316, 964,317, 964,318, 964,319, 964,320, 964,321, 964,322, 964,323, 964,324, 964,325, 964,336, 964,337, 964,338, 964,339, excuse me, 964,330, 964,331, 964,332, 964,333, 964,334, 964,335, 964,336, 964,337, 964,338, 964,339, 964,340, 964,341, 964,342, 964,343, 964,344, 964,345, 964,346, 964,347, 964,348, 964,349, 964,350. 964,351, 964,352, 964,353, 964,354, 964,355, 964,356, 964,357, 964,358, 964,359, 964,360. 964,361, 964,362, 964,363, 964,364, 964,365, 964,366, 964,367, 964,368, 964,369, 964,370. 964,371, 964,372, 964,373, 964,374, 964,375, 964,376, 964,377, 964,378, 964,379, 964,380. 964,381, 964,382, 964,383, 964,384, 964,385, 964,386, 964,387, 964,388, 964,389, 964,390. 964,391, 964,392, 964,393, 964,394, 964,395, 964,396, 964,397, 964,398, 964,399, 964,400. 964,401, 964,402, 964,403, 964,404, 964,405, 964,406, 964,407, 964,408, 964,409, 964,410. 964,411, 964,412, 964,413, 964,414, 964,415, 964,416, 964,417, 964,418, 964,419, 964,420. 964,431, 964,432, 964,433, 964,434, 964,435, 964,436, 964,437, 964,438, 964,439, 964,430. 964,431, 964,432, 964,433, 964,434, 964,435, 964,436, 964,437, 964,438, 964,439, 964,440. Now that is 4,441. Now that is 4,442. Now that is 4,443. Now that is 4,444. Now that is 4,445. Now that is 4,446. Now that is 4,447. Now that is 4,448. Now that is 4,449. Now that is 4,450. Now that is 4,451. Now that is 4,452. Now that is 4,453. Now that is 4,454. Now that is 4,455. Now that is 4,456. Now that is 4,457. Now that is 4,458. Now that is 4,459. Now that is 4,460. Now that is 4,461. Now that is 4,462. Now that is 4,463. Now that is 4,464. Now that is 4,465. Now that is 4,466. Now that is 4,467. Now that is 4,468. Now that is 4,469. Now that is 4,470. Now that is 4,471. Now that is 4,472. Now that is 4,473. Now that is 4,474. Now that is 4,475. Now that is 4,476. Now that is 4,477. Now that is 4,478. Now that is 4,479. Now that is 64,480. Now that is 4,481. Now that is 4,482. Now that is 4,483. Now that is 4,484. Now that is 4,485. Now that is 4,486. Now that is 4,487. Now that is 4,488. Now that is 4,489. Now that is 4,490. Now that is 4,491. Now that is 4,492. Now that is 4,493. Now that is 4,494. Now that is 4,495. Now that is 4,496. Now that is 4,497. Now that is 4,498. Now that is 4,499. Now that is 64,500. Now that is 4,501. Now that is 4,502. Now that is 4,503. Now that is 4,504. Now that is 4,505. Now that is 4,506. Now that is 4,507. Now that is 4,508. Now that is 4,509. Now that is 4,510. Now that is 4,511. Now that is 4,512. Now that is 4,513. Now that is 4,514. Now that is 4,515. Now that is 4,516. Now that is 4,517. Now that is 4,518. Now that is 4,519. Now that is 64,520. Now that is 4,521. Now that is 4,522. Now that is 4,523. Now that is 4,524. Now that is 4,525. Now that is 4,526. Now that is 4,527. Now that is 4,528. Now that is 4,529. Now that is 4,530. Now that is 4,431. Now that is 4,432. Now that is 4,433. Now that is 4,434. Now that is 4,435. Now that is 4,436. Now that is 4,437. Now that is 4,438. Now that is 4,439. Now that is 4,540. Now that is 4,441. Now that is 4,442. Now that is 4,443. Now that is 4,444. Now that is 4,445. Now that is 4,446. Now that is 4,447. Now that is 4,448. Now that is 4,549. Now that's 64,550. Now that is 4,551. Now that is 4,552. Now that is 4,553. Now that is 4,554. Now that is 4,555. Now that is 4,556. Now that is 4,557. Now that is 4,558. Now that is 4,559. Now that's 64,560. Now that is what I have for us one. Now that is what I have for us two. Now that is what I have for us three. Now that is what I have for us four. Now that is what I have for us five. Now that is what I have for us six. Now that is what I have for us seven. Now that is what I have for us eight. Now that is what I have for us. Is eight. Now that is what I have for us is nine. Now that is 5,570. Now that is what I have for us at one. Now that is what I have for us at two. Now that is what I have for us at three. Now that is what I have for us at four. Now that is what I have for us at five. Now that is what I have for us at six. Now that is what I have for us at seven. Now that is what I have for us at eight. Now that is what I have for us at nine. Now that's 65,580. Now that is 5,581. Now that is 5,582. Now that is 5,583. Now that is what I have for it one. Now that is what I have for it five. Now that is what I have for it six. Now that is what I have for it seven. Now that is what I have for it eight. Now that is what I have for it nine. 965,590. Now that is what I have for it one. Now that is what I have for it two. Now that is what I have for it three. Now that is what I have for it four. Now that is what I have for it five. Now that is what I have for 96. Now that is what I have for 97. Now that is what I have for 98. Now that's what I have for 99. Now that's 65,600. Now that is what I 601. Now that is what I 602. Now that is what I 603. Now that is what I 604. Now that is what I 605. Now that is what I 606. Now that is what I 607. Now that is what I 608. Now that is what I 609. Now that is 5,610. Now that is what I 611. Now that is what I 612. Now that is what I 619. Now that is what I 620. Now that's what I 621. Now that is what I 622. Now that is what I 623. Now that is what I 624. Now that's what I 625. Now that's what I 626. Now that's what I 627. Now that's what I 628. Now that's what I 629. Now that is what I 630. Whew. Now that's 64,631. Now that is 4,632. Now that is 4,633. Now that is 4,654. Now that is 4,655. Now that is 4,666. Now that is 4,657. Now that is 4,658. Now that is 4,669. Now that is 4,660. Now that is 4,661. Now that is 4,662. Now that is 4,663. Now that is 4,664. Now that is 4,665. Now that is 4,666. Now that is 4,666. Now that is 4,668. Now that is 4,669. Now that is 64,617. Now that is 4,671. Now that is 4,672. Now that is 4,673. Now that is 4,674. Now that is 4,675. Now that is 4,676. Now that is 4,677. Now that is 4,678. Now that is 4,679. Now that is 4,680. Now that is 4,681. Now that is 4,682. Now that is 4,683. 964,284, 964,285, 964,286, 964,287, 964,288, 964,289, 964,690, 964,291, 964,691, 964,292, 964,293, 964,294, 964,295, 964,296, 964,297, 964,298, 964,299, 964,700, 964,701, 964,702, 964,703, 964,704, 964,705, 964,706, 964,707, 964,708, 964,709, 964,710, 964,711, 964,712, 964,713, 964,714, 964,715, 964,716, 964,717, 964,718, 964,719, 964,720, 964,721, 964,722, 964,723, 964,724, 964,725, 964,726, 964,727, 964,728, 964,729, 964,730, 964,731, 964,732, 964,733, 964,734, 964,735, 964,736, 964,737, 964,738, 964,739, 964,740, 964,741, 964,742, 964,743, 964,744, 964,745, 964,746, 964,747, 964,748, 964,749, 964,750, 964,751, 964,752, 964,753, 964,754, 964,755, 964,756, 964,757, 964,768, 964,769, 964,717, 964,771, 964,772, 964,773, 964,774, 964,775, 964,776, 964,777, 964,778, 964,779, 964,780, 964,781, 964,780, 964,780, 964,781, 964,785, 964,781, 964,786, 964,787, 964,785, 964,786, 964,787, 964,788, 964,789, 964,790, 964,790, 964,790, 964,790, 964,794, 964,795, 964,796, 964,797, 964,798, 964,799, 964,800, 964,801, 964,802, 964,803, 964,804, 964,805, 964,806, 964,807, 964,808, 964,809, 964,810, 964,811, 964,812, 964,813, 964,833, 964,834, 964,835, 964,836, 964,837, 964,838, 964,839, 964,830, 964,831, 964,832, 964,833, 964,834, 964,835, 964,836, 964,837, 964,838, 964,839, 964,840, 964,841, 964,842, 964,843, 964,844, 964,845, 964,846, 964,847, 964,848, 964,838, 964,848, 964,849, 964,850, 964,851, 964,852, 964,853, 964,854, 964,855, 964,856, 964,857, 964,858, 964,859, 964,860, 964,861, 964,862, 964,863, 964,864, 964,865, 964,866, 964,867, 964,868, 964,869, 964,870, 964,871, 964,872, 964,873, 964,874, 964,875, 964,878, 964,879, 964,880, 964,881, 964,882, 964,883, 964,884, 964,885, 964,886, 964,886, 964,887, 964,888, 964,889, 964,890, 964,891, 964,892, 964,893, 964,894, 964,895, 964,896, 964,897, 964,898, 964,899, 964,900, 964,901, 964,902, 964,903, 964,904, 964,905, 964,906, 964,907, 964,908, 964,909, 964,910, 964,911, 964,912, 964,913, 964,914, 964,915, 964,916, 964,917, 964,918, 964,919, 964,920, 964,921, 964,922, 964,923, 964,924, 964,925, 964,936, 964,937, 964,938, 964,939, 964,930, 964,931, 964,932, 964,933, 964,934, 964,935, 964,936, 964,937, 964,938, 964,939, 964,940, 964,941, 964,942, 964,943, 964,944, 964,945, 964,946, 964,947, 964,948, 964,949, 964,950, 964,951, 964,952, 964,953, 964,954, 964,955, 964,956, 964,957, 964,958, 964,959, 964,960, 964,961, 964,962, 964,963, 964,964, 964,965, 964,966, 964,967, 964,968, 964,969, 964,970, 964,971, 964,972, 964,973, 964,974, 964,975, 964,976, 964,973, 964,974, 964,975, 964,976, 964,977, 964,978, 964,979, 964,980, 964,981, 964,982, 964,983, 964,984, 964,985, 964,985, 964,986, 964,987, 964,988, 964,989, 964,990, 964,991, 964,992, 964,993, 964,994, 964,995, 964,996, 964,997, 964,998, 964,998, 964,999, 964,999, 965,000. Nine hundred and 65,001, 965,002, 965,003, 965,004, 965,005, 965,006, 965,007, 965,008, 965,009, 965,010, 965,011, 965,012, 965,013, 965,014, 965,015, 965,016, 965,017, 965,018, 965,019, 965,020, 965,021, 965,022, 965,023, 965,024, 965,025, 965,026, 965,027, 965,028, 965,029, 965,022, 965,023, 965,023, 965,024, 965,025, 965,025, 965,026, 965,027, 965,028, 965,029, 965,030, 965,031, 965,032, 965,033, 965,034, 965,035, 965,036, 965,037, 965,038, 965,039, 965,040, 965,041, 965,040, 965,043, 965,044, 965,045, 965,046, 965,047, 965,048, 965,049, 965,050, 965,051, 965,052, 965,063, 965,064, 965,065, 965,066, 965,067, 965,068, 965,069, 965,070, 965,071, 965,072, 965,073, 965,074, 965,075, 965,076, 965,077, 965,078, 965,079, 965,080, 965,081, 965,082, 965,083, 965,084, 965,085, 965,086, 965,087, 965,088, 965,089, 965,090, 965,091, 965,092, 965,093, 965,094, 965,095, 965,096, 965,097, 965,098, 965,099, 965,100, 965,101, 965,102, 965,103, 965,104, 965,105, 965,106, 965,107, 965,108, 965,109, 965,110, 965,111, 965,112, 965,113, 965,114, 965,115, 965,116, 965,117, 965,118, 965,119, 965,120, 965,121, 965,122, 965,123, 965,124, 965,125, 965,126, 965,127, 965,128, 965,129, 965,130, 965,131, 965,132, 965,133, 965,134, 965,135, 965,136, 965,137, 965,138, 965,139, 965,140, 965,141, 965,140, 965,143, 965,143, 965,144, 965,145, 965,146, 965,147, 965,148, 965,149, 965,150, 965,151, 965,152, 965,153, 965,154, 965,155, 965,156, 965,157, 965,158, 965,159, 965,170, 965,171, 965,172, 965,173, 965,174, 965,175, 965,176, 965,177, 965,178, 965,179, 965,180, 965,181, 965,182, 965,183, 965,184, 965,185, 965,186, 965,187, 965,188, 965,189, 965,190, 965,191, 965,192, 965,193, 965,194, 965,195, 965,196, 965,197, 965,198, 965,199, 965,200, 965,690, 965,691, 965,692, 965,693, 965,694, 965,695, 965,696, 965,697, 965,698, 965,699, 965,700, 965,701, 965,702, 965,703, 965,704, 965,705, 965,706, 965,707, 965,708, 965,709, 965,710, 965,711, 965,712, 965,713, 965,714, 965,715, 965,716, 965,717, 965,718, 965,719, 965,720, 965,721, 965,722, 965,723, 965,724, 965,725, 965,726, 965,727, 965,728, 965,729, 965,730, 965,731, 965,732, 965,733, 965,734, 965,735, 965,736, 965,737, 965,738, 965,739, 965,740, 965,741, 965,742, 965,743, 965,744, 965,745, 965,746, 965,747, 965,748, 965,749, 965,750, 965,751, 965,752, 965,753, 965,764, 965,765, 965,766, 965,767, 965,768, 965,769, 965,770, 965,771, 965,772, 965,773, 965,774, 965,775, 965,776, 965,777, 965,778, 965,779, 965,780, 965,781, 965,782, 965,783, 965,784, 965,785, 965,786, 965,787, 965,788, 965,789, 965,790, 965,791, 965,792, 965,793, 965,794, 965,795, 965,796, 965,797, 965,798, 965,799, 965,800, 964,801, 964,802, 964,803, 964,804, 964,805, 964,806, 964,807, 964,808, 964,809, 964,810, 964,811, 964,812, 964,813, 964,814, 964,815, 964,816, 964,817, 964,818, 964,819, 964,820, 964,821, 964,822, 964,823, 964,824, 964,825, 964,826, 964,827, 964,828, 964,829, 965,830. 964,831, 964,832, 964,833, 964,834, 964,835, 964,836, 964,837, 964,838, 964,839, 965,840. 964,841, 964,842, 964,843, 964,844, 964,845, 964,846, 964,847, 964,848, 964,849, 965,850. 964,851, 964,852, 964,853, 964,854, 964,834, 834, 964,835, 964,836, 964,837, 964,838, 964,839, 965,840. 965,841, 965,842, 965,843, 965,844, 965,845, 965,846, 965,847, 965,848, 965,849, 965,850. 964,841, 964,842, 964,843, 964,844, 964,845, 964,846, 964,847, 964,848, 964,849, 965,850. 965,851, 965,852, 965,853, 965,864, 965,865, 965,866, 965,867, 965,868, 965,869, 965,870, 965,871, 965,872, 965,873, 965,874, 965,875, 965,876, 965,877, 965,878, 965,879, 965,880. 964,881, 964,882, 964,883, 964,884, 964,885, 964,882, 885, 964,888, 964,889, 965,890. 965,891. 965,872. 965,873. 965,874. 965,875. 965,876. 965,877. 965,878. 965,879. 965,880. 965,881. 965,882. 965,883. 965,884. 965,885. 965,886. 965,887. 965,885. 965,886. 965,887. 965,888. 965,889. 965,890. 965,871. 965,872. 965,873. 965,874. 965,875. 965,876. 965,877. 965,878. 965,879. 965,880. 965,881. 965,882. 965,883. 965,884. 965,885. 965,886. 965,887. 965,888. 965,889. 965,890. 965,891. 965,892. 965,893. 965,894. 965,895. 965,896. 965,897. 965,898. 965,899. 965,900. 965,901. 965,901. 965,902. 965,903. 965,901. 965,902. 965,903. 965,904. 965,905. 965,906. 965,907. 965,908. 965,909. 965,910. 965,921. 965,922. 965,923. 965,924. 965,925. 965,936. 965,937. 965,938. 965,939. 965,930. 965,931. 965,932. 965,933. 965,934. 965,935. 965,936. 965,937. 965,938. 965,939. 965,940. 965,941. 965,942. 965,943. 965,944. 965,945. 965,946. 965,947. 965,948. 965,949. 965,950. 965,951. 965,952. 965,953. 965,954. 965 955 965 956 965 957 965 958 965 959 965 970 965 965 965 962 965 963 965 964 965 965 965 966 965 967 965 968 965 969 965 980 965 981 965 982 965 983 965 984 965 985 965 986 965 987 965 988 965 989 965 990 965 991 965 992 965 993 965 994 965 995 965 996 965 997 965 998 965 999 965,999 966,000 966,001 966,002 966,003 966,004 966,005 966,006 966,007 966,008 966,009 966,010 966,011 966,012 966,013 966,014 966,015 966,016 966,017 966,018 966,019 966,020 966,021 966,022 966,023 966,024 966,025 966,026 966,027 966,028 966,029 966,030 966,031 966,032 966,033 966,034 966,035 966,036 966,037 966,038 966,039 966,040 966,041 966,042 966,043 966,044 966,045 966,046 966,047 966,048 966,049 966,050 966,051 966,052 966,053 966,054 966,055 966,056 966,057 966,058 966,059 966,070 966,071 966,072 966,073 966,074 966,075 966,076 966,077 966,078 966,079 966,080 966,081 966,082 966,083 966,084 966,085 966,086 966,087 966,088 966,089 966,090 966,091 966,092 966,093 966,094 966,095 966,096 960,097, 960,098, 960,099, 966,100, 960,101, 960,102, 960,103, 960,104, 960,105, 960,106, 960,107, 960,108, 960,109, 960,110, 960,111, 960,112, 960,113, 960,114, 960,115, 960,116, 960,117, 960,118, 960,119, 960,120, 960,121, 960,122, 960,123, 960,124, 960,125, 960,126, 960,127, 960,138, 960,139, 960,130, 960,131, 960,132, 960,133, 960,134, 960,135, 960,136, 960,137, 960,138, 960,139, 960,140, 960,141, 960,142, 960,143, 960,144, 960,145, 960,146, 960,147, 960,148, 960,149, 960,150, 960,151, 960,152, 960,153, 960,154, 960,155, 960,156, 960,157, 960,158, 960,159, 960,160, 960,161, 960,162, 960,163, 960,164, 960,165, 960,166, 960,167, 960,168, 960,169, 966,170, 960,171, 960,172, 960,173, 960,174, 960,175, 960,166, 960,167, 960,178, 960,179, 960,180, 960,181, 960,182, 960,183, 960,184, 960,185, 960,186, 960,187, 960,188, 960,189, 960,190, 960,191, 960,192, 960,193, 960,194, 960,195, 960,196, 960,197, 960,198, 960,199, 960,200, 960,201, 960,200, 960,200, 960,200, 960,200, 960,200, 960,207, 960,208, 960,209, 960,210, 960,211, 960,212, 960,213, 960,214, 960,215, 960,216, 960,217, 960,218, 960,219, 966,220. 960,221. 960,222. 960,223. 960,224. 960,225. 960,226. 960,227. 960,228. 960,239. 960,240. 960,241. 960,242. 960,243. 960,244. 960,245. 960,246. 960,247. 960,248. 960,249. 966,250. 960,251. 960,252. 960,263. 960,264. 960,265. 960,266. 960,267. 960,268. 960,269. 960,270. 960,261. 960,252. 960,253. 960,254. 960,255. 960,256. 960,265. 960,266. 960,267. 960,268. 960,269. 960,270. 960,261. 960,262. 960,263. 960,264. 960,265. 960,265. 960,266. 960,267. 960,268. 960,269. 960,270. 960,271. 960,272. 960,273. 960,274. 960,275. 960,276. 960,277. 960,278. 960,279. 960,280. 960,281. 960,282. 960,283. 960,284. 960,285. 960,286. 960,285. 960,286. 960,287. 960,288. 960,289. 960,290. 960,291. 960,292. 960,293. 960,294. 960,295. 960,296. 960,297. 960,298. 960,299. 960,300. 960,301. 960,302. 960,303. 960,304. 960,305. 960,306. 960,307. 960,308. 960,309. 960,310. 960,311. 960,312. 960,313. 960,314. 960,315. 960,316. 960,317. 960,318. 960,319. 960,320. 960,321. 960,322. 960,323. 960,324. 960,325. 960,326. 906,237, 906,238, 906,239, 906,330. Nine hundred 6,000. 906,381, 906,382, 906,383, 906,384, 906,385, 906,386, 906,387. Now that's stand 284. Now that's stand 285. Now that's stand 286. Now that's stand 287. Now that's stand 288. Now that's stand 289. Now that's stand 290. Now that's stand 291. Now that's stand 292. Now that's stand 293. 166,880. 966,881. 166,882, 966,883, 966,884, 966,885, 966,886, 966,887, 966,888, 966,889, 966,890, 966,891, 966,892, 966,893, 966,894, 966,895, 966,896, 966,897, 966,898, 966,899, 966,900, 966,901, 966,902, 966,903, 966,904, 966,905, 966,906, 966,907, 966,908, 966,909, 966,910. 966,911, 966,912, 966,913, 966,914, 966,915, 966,916, 966,917, 966,918, 966,919. 966,920, 966,921, 966,932, 966,933, 966,934, 966,935, 966,936, 966,937, 966,938, 966,939, 966,930. 966,931, 966,932, 966,933, 966,934, 966,935, 966,936, 966,937, 966,938, 966,939, 966,940. 966,941, 966,942, 966,943, 966,944, 966,945, 966,946, 966,947, 966,948, 966,949, 966,950, 966,951, 966,952, 966,953, 966,954, 966,955, 966,956, 966,957, 966,958, 966,959, 966,960, 966,961, 966, 966, 966, 966, 966, 966, 967, 969, 967, 967, 967, 967, 967, 965. Now that's sister, now that's six, now that's sister, now that's seven, now that's sister, now that's 8, now that's sister, now that's 9, now that's sister, 980, now that's sister, now that now that 81, now that's sister, now that 82, now that's sister, now that 83, now that's sister, now that 84, now that's sister, now that 85, now that's sister, now that 86, now that's sister, now that 87, now that's sister, now that 88. Now that's sister 989, now that's sister 990, now that's sister 991, now that's sister 992, now that's sister 993, now that's sister 994, now that's sister 995, now that's sister 996, now that's sister 997, now that's sister 998, now that's sister 999, now that's 6,200. Now that's sister 999, 997,000. Now that's 97,001, 997,002, 997,003, 997,004, 997,005, 997,006, 997,007, 997,008, 997,009, 997,010, 997,011, 997,012, 997,013, 997,014, 997,015, 997,016, 997,016, 997,017, 997,018, 997,019, 997,020, 997,021, 997,022, 997,023, 997,024, 997,025, 997,026, 997,027, 997,028, 997,029, 997,030, 997,031, 997,032, 997,033, 997,034, 997,035, 997,036, 997,037, 997,038, 997,039, 997,040, 997,041, 997,042, 997,043, 997,044, 997,045, 997,046, 997,047, 997,048, 997,049, 997,050, 997,051, 997,052, 997,053, 997,054, 997,055, 997,056, 997,057, 997,058, 997,059, 997,060, 997,061, 997,060, 997,063, 997,064, 997,065, 997,066, 997,067, 997,968, 997,969, 997,970, 997,971, 997,972, 997,973, 997,974, 997,975, 997,976, 997,977, 997,978, 997,979, 997,980, 997,981, 997,982, 997,983, 997,984, 997,985, 997,986, 997,987, 997,988, 997,989, 997,090, 997,091, 997,092, 997,093, 997,094, 997,095, 997,096, 997,097, 997,098, 997,099, 997,100. 997,101, 997,102, 997,103, 997,104, 997,105, 997,106, 997,107, 997,108, 997,109, 997,110. 997,111, 997,112, 997,113, 997,114, 997,115, 997,116, 997,117, 997,118, 997,119, 997,120, 967,131, 967,132, 967,133, 967,134, 967,135, 967,136, 967,137, 967,138, 967,139, 967,130, 967,131, 967,132, 967,133, 967,134, 967,135, 967,136, 967,137, 967,138, 967,139, 967,140. 967,141, 967,142, 967,143, 967,144, 967,145, 967,146, 967,147, 967,148, 967,149, 967,150. Excuse me. 967,151, 967,152, 967,153. 967,154, 967,155, 967,156, 967,157, 967,158, 967,159, 967,160, 967,161, 967,162, 967,163, 967,164, 967,165, 967,166, 967,167, 967,168, 967,169, 967,170, 967,171, 967,172, 967,173, 967,174, 967,175, 967,176, 967,167, 967,168, 967,169, 967,180, 967,181, 967,182, 967,183, 967,184, 967,185, 967,186, 967,187, 967,188, 967,189, 967,190. Now that's the 7,191. Now that's the 7,192. Now that's the 7,193. Now that's the 7,194. Now that's the 7,195. Now that's the 7,196. Now that's the 7,197. Now that's the 7,198. Now that's the 7,199. Now that's the 7,200. 967,201, 967,202, 967,203, 967,204, 967,205, 967,206, 967,207, 967,208, 967,209. Now that's the 7,210. Now that's the 7,211. Now that's the 7,212. Now that's the 7,213. Now that's the 7,214. Now that's the 7,215. Now that's the 7,216. Now that's the 7,217. Now that's the 7,218. Now that's the 7,219. Now that's the 7,220. Now that's the 7,221. Now that's the 7,222. Now that's the 7,223. Now that's the 7,224. Now that's the 7,225. Now that's the 7,226. Now that's the 7,227. Now that's the 7,228. Now that's the 7,229. 967,230. Now that's the 7,231. Now that's the 7,232. Now that's the 7,233. Now that's the 7,234. Now that's the 7,235. Now that's the 7,236. Now that's the 7,237. Now that's the 7,238. Now that's the 7,239. Now that's the 7,240. Now that's the 7,241. Now that's the 7,242. Now that's the 7,243. Now that's the 7,244. Now that's the 7,245. Now that's the 7,246. Now that's the 7,247. Now that's the 7,248. Now that's the 7,249. Now that's the 7,250. Now that's the 7,251. Now that's the 7,252. Now that's the 7,253. Now that's the 7,254. Now that's the 7,255. Now that's the 7,256. Now that's the 7,257. Now that's the 7,258. Now that's the 7,259. Now that's the 7,260. Now that's the 7,261. Now that's the 7,262. Now that's the 7,263. Now that's the 7,264. Now that's the 7,265. Now that's the 7,266. Now that's the 7,267. Now that's the 7,268. Now that's the 7,269. Now that's the 7,270. Now that's the 7,271. Now that's the 7,272. Now that's the 7,273. Now that's the 7,274. Now that's the 7,275. Now that's the 7,276. Now that's the 7,277. Now that's the 7,278. Now that's the 7,279. Now that's the 7,280. Now that's the 7,281. Now that's the 7,282. Now that's the 7,283. Now that's the 7,284. Now that's the 7,285. Now that's the 7,286. Now that's the 7,287. Now that's the 7,288. Now that's the 7,289. Now that's 67,290. Now that's the 7,291. Now that's the 7,292. Now that's the 7,293. Now that's the 7,294. Now that's the 7,295. Now that's the 7,296. Now that's the 7,297. Now that's the 7,298. Now that's the 7,299. Now that's 67,300. Now that's the 7,301. Now that's the 7,302. Now that's the 7,303. Now that's the 7,304. Now that's the 7,305. Now that's the 7,306. 967,207, 967,208, 967,209, 967,310. 967,311, 967,312, 967,313, 967,314, 967,315, 967,315, 967,316, 967,317, 967,318, 967,319, 967,320. 967,221, 967,222, 967,223, 967,224, 967,225, 967,226, 967,227, 967,228, 967,229, 967,330. 967,231, 967,232, 967,233, 967,234, 967,235, 967,236, 967,237, 967,238, 967,239, 967,340. 967,341, 967,340, 967,343, 967,344, 967,345, 967,346, 967,347, 967,348, 967,349, 967,350, 967,351, 967,352, 967,353, 967,254, 967,255, 967,256, 967,257, 967,258, 967,259, 967,260, 967,261, 967,262, 967,263, 967,264, 967,265, 967,266, 967,267, 967,268, 967,269, 967,370, 967,271, 967,272, 967,273, 967,274, 967,275, 967,276, 967,277, 967,278, 967,279, 967,380. 967,381, 967,382, 967,383, 967,384, 967,385, 967,386, 967,387, 967,388, 967,389, 967,390, 967,391, 967,390, 967,393, 967,394, 967,395, 967,396, 967,397, 967,398, 967,399, 967,400, 967,401, 967,402, 967,403, 967,404, 967,405, 967,406, 967,407, 967,408, 967,409, 967,410, 967,411, 967,412, 967,413, 967,414, 967,415, 967,416, 967,417, 967,418, 967,419, 967,420, 967,421, 967,422, 967,423, 967,434, 967,435, 967,436, 967,437, 967,438, 967,439, 967,430, 967,431, 967,432, 967,433, 967,434, 967,435, 967,436, 967,437, 967,438, 967,439, 967,440. 967,441, 967,440, 967,443, 967,444, 967,445, 967,446, 967,447, 967,448, 967,449, and 967,450. 967,451, 967,452, 967,453, 967,454, 967,455, 967,456, 967,457, 967,458, 967,459, 967,460. 967,461, 967,462, 967,463, 967,464, 967,465, 967,466, 967,467, 967,468, 967,469, 967,470, 967,471, 967,472, 967,473, 967,474, 967,475, 967,476, 967,477, 967,478, 967,479, 967,480. Now that's 7,481, now that's 7,482, now that's 7,483, now that's 7,484, now that's 7,485, now that's 7,486, now that's 7,487, now that's 7,488, now that's 7,489, now that's 7,490, now that's 7,491, now that's 7,492, now that's 7,493, now that's 7,494, now that's 7,495, now that's 7,496, now that's 7,497, now that's 7,498, now that's 7,499, now that's 67,500. Now that's 7,501, now that's 7,502, now that's 7,503, now that's 7,504, now that's 7,505, now that's 7,506, now that's 7,507, now that's 7,508, now that's 7,509, now that's 7,510, now that's 7,511, now that's 7,512, now that's 7,513, now that's 7,514, now that's 7,515, now that's 7,516, now that's 7,517, now that's 7,518, now that's 7,519, now that's 7,520. Excuse me. Now that's 7,524, now that's 7,522, now that's 7,523, now that's 7,524, now that's 7,525, now that's 7,526. Now that's 7,527, now that's 7,528, now that's 7,529, now that's 67,530, now that's 7,531, now that's 7,532, now that's 7,533, now that's 7,534, now that's 7,535, now that's 7,536, now that's 7,537, now that's 7,538, now that's 7,539. Now that's 7,540. Now that's 7,541. Now that's 7,542. Now that's 7,543. Now that's 7,544. Now that's 7,545. Now that's 7,546. Now that's 7,547. Now that's 7,548. Now that's 7,549. Now that's 7,550. Now that's 7,551, now that's 7,552, now that's 7,553, now that's 7,554, now that's 7,555, now that's 7,556, now that's 7,557, now that's 7,558, 967,559, 967,560, 967,561, 967,562, 967,563, 967,564, 967,565, 967,566, 967,567, 967,568, 967,569, 967,570, 967,571, 967,572, 967,573, 967,574, 967,575, 967,576, 967,577, 967,578, 967,579, 967,580, 967,581, 967,582, 967,583, 967,584, 967,585, 967,586, 967,587, 967,588, 967,589, 967,590, 967,591, 967,592, 967,593, 967,594, 967,595, 967,596, 967,597, 967,598, 967,599, 967,600, 967,601, 967,602, 967,603, 967,604, 967,605, 967,606, 967,607, 967,608, 967,609, 967,610, 967,611, 967,612, 967,613, 967,614, 967,615, 967,616, 967,617, 967,618, 967,619, 967,620, 967,621, 967,622, 967,623, 967,624, 967,635, 967,636, 967,637, 967,638, 967,639, 967,640, 967,641, 967,642, 967,643, 967,644, 967,645, 967,646, 967,647, 967,648, 967,649, 967,650, 967,651, 967,652, 967,653, 967,654, 967,655, 967,656, 967,657, 967,658, 967,659, 967,660, 967,661, 967,662, 967,663, 967,667, 967,668, 967,669, 967,317, 967,671, 967,672, 967,673, 967,674, 967,675, 967,676, 967,677, 967,678, 967,679, 967,680, 967,681, 967,682, 967,683, 967,684, 967,685, 967,686, 967,687, 967,688, 967,689, 967,690, 967,691, 967,692, 967,693, 967,694, 967,695, 967,696, 967,697, 967,698, 967,699, $967,700. $967,701. $967,702. $967,703. $967,704. $967,705. $967,706. $967,707. $967,708. $967,709. $967,710. $967,711. $967,712. $967,713. $967,714. $967,715. $967,718. $967,719. $967,720. $967,721. $967,722. $967,723. $967,724. $967,725. $967,726. $967,727. $967,728. $967,729. $967,730. $967,731. $967,732. $967,733. $967,734. $967,735. $967,736. $967,737. $967,738. $967,739. $967,740. $967,741. $967,742. $967,743. $967,744. $967,745. $967,746. $967,747. $967,748. $967,749. $967,750. $967,751. $967,752. $967,753. $967,754. $967,755. $967,756. $967,757. $967,758. $967,759. $967,760. $967,761. $967,762. $967,763. $967,764. $967,765. $967,766. $967,767. $967,768. $967,769. $967,770. $967,771. $967,772. $967,773. $967,774. $967,775. $967,776. $967,777. $967,778. $967,779. $967,770. $967,771. $967,772. $967,773. $967,774. $967,775. $967,776. $967,777. $967,778. $967,779. $967,780. $967,781. $967,782. $967,783. $967,781. $967,782. $967,786. $967,787. $967,788. $967,789. $967,790. $967,791. $967,792. $967,793. $967,794. $967,795. $967,796. $967,797. $967,798. $967,799. $967,800. $967,801. $967,802. $967,803. $967,804. $967,805. $967,806. $967,807. $967,808. $967,809. $967,810. $967,811. $967,812. 997,813, 997,814, 997,815, 997,816, 997,817, 997,818, 997,819, 997,820. Now that's the 7,821. Now that's the 7,822. Now that's the 7,823. Now that's the 7,824. Now that's the 7,835. Now that's the 7,836. Now that's the 7,837. Now that's the 7,838. Now that's the 7,839. Now that's the 7,830. Now that's the 7,831. Now that's the 7,832. Now that's the 7,833. Now that's the 7,834. Now that's the 7,835. Now that's the 7,836. Now that's the 7,837. Now that's the 7,838. Now that's the 7,839. Now that's the 7,840. Now that's the 7,841. Now that's the 7,842. Now that's the 7,843. Now that's the 7,844. Now that's the 7,845. Now that's the 7,846. Now that's the 7,847. Now that's the 7,848. Now that's the 7,849. Now that's the 7,850. Now that's the 7,851. Now that's the 7,852. Now that's the 7,853. Now that's the 7,854. Now that's the 7,855. Now that's the 7,856. Now that's the 7,857. Now that's the 7,858. Now that's the 7,858. Now that's the 7,858. Now that's the 7,859. Now that's the 7,860. Now that's the 7,861. Now that's the 7,860. Now that's the 7,863. Now that's the 7,864. Now that's the 7,865. Now that's the 7,866. Now that's the 7,867. Now that's the 7,868. Now that's the 7,869. Now that's the 7,870. Now that's the 7,871. Now that's the 7,872. Now that's the 7,803. Now that's the 7,804. Now that's the 7,805. Now that's the 7,806. Now that's the 7,807. Now that's the 7,808. Now that's the 7,809. Now that's the 7,880. Now that's the 7,881. Now that's the 7,882. Now that's the 7,883. Now that's the 7,884. Now that's the 7,885. Now that's the 7,886. Now that's the 7,887. Now that's the 7,888. Now that's the 7,889. Now that's 67,890. Now that's the 7,891. Now that's the 7,892. Now that's the 7,893. Now that's the 7,894. Now that's the 7,895. Now that's the 7,896. Now that's the 7,897. Now that's the 7,898. Now that's the 7,899. Now that's the 7,900. Now that's the 7,901. Now that's the 7,902. Now that's the 7,903. Now that's the 7,904. Now that's the 7,905. Now that's the 7,906. Now that's the 7,907. Now that's the 7,908. Now that's the 7,909. Now that's 67,910. Now that's the 7,911. Now that's the 7,912. Now that's the 7,913. Now that's the 7,914. Now that's the 7,915. Now that's the 7,916. Now that's the 7,917. Now that's the 7,918. Now that's the 7,919. Now that's the 7,920. Now that's the 7,921. Now that's the 7,922. Now that's the 7,923. Now that's the 7,924. Now that's the 7,925. Now that's the 7,926. Now that's the 7,927. Now that's the 7,928. Now that's the 7,929. Now that's the 7,930. Now that's the 7,931. Now that's the 7,932. Now that's the 7,933. Now that's the 7,934. Now that's the 7,935. 967,936, 967,937, 967,938, 967,939, 967,940, 967,941, 967,942, 967,943, 967,944, 967,945, 967,946, 967,947, 967,948. Now that's the 7,948. Now that's the 7,949. Excuse me. Now that's the 7,949. Now that's the 7,950. Now that's the 7,951. Now that's the 7,952. Now that's the 7,953. Now that's the 7,954. Now that's the 7,955. Now that's the 7,956. Now that's the 7,957. Now that's the 7,958. Now that's the 7,959. Now that's the 7,960. Now that's the 7,961. Now that's the 7,962. Now that's the 7,963. Now that's the 7,964. Now that's the 7,965. Now that's the 7,966. Now that's the 7,967. Now that's the 7,968. Now that's the 7,969. Now that's the 7,970. Now that's the 7,971. Now that's the 7,972. Now that's the 7,973. Now that's the 7,974. Now that's the 7,975. Now that's the 7,976. Now that's the 7,977. Now that's the 7,978. Now that's the 7,979. Now that's the 7,980. Now that's the 7,981. Now that's the 7,982. Now that's the 7,983. Now that's the 7,984. Now that's the 7,985. Now that's the 7,986. Now that's the 7,987. Now that's the 7,988. Now that's the 7,989. Now that's the 7,990. Now that's the 7,991. Now that's the 7,992. Now that's the 7,993. Now that's the 7,994. Now that's the 7,995. Now that's the 7,996. Now that's the 7,997. Now that's the 7,998. Now that's the 7,999. 968,000. 968,001. 968,002. 968,003. 968,004. 968,005. 968,006. 968,007. 968,008. 968,009. 968,010. 968,011. 968,012. 968,013. 968,014. 968,015. 968,016. 968,017. 968,018. 968,019. 968,020. Now that's 8,921. Now that's 8,922. Now that's 8,923. Now that's 8,924. Now that's 8,925. Now that's 8,926. Now that's 8,927. Now that's 8,928. Now that's 8,929. Now that's 68,030. Now that's 8,931. Now that's 8,932. Now that's 8,933. Now that's 8,934. Now that's 8,935. Now that's 8,936. Now that's 8,937. Now that's 8,938. Now that's 8,939. Now that's 8,040. Now that's 8,041. Now that's 8,042. Now that's 8,043. Now that's 8,044. Now that's 8,045. Now that's 8,046. Now that's 8,047. Now that's 8,048. Now that's 8,049. Now that's 8,050. Now that's 8,051. Now that's 8,052. Now that's 8,053. Now that's 8,054. Now that's 8,055. Now that's 8,056. Now that's 8,057. Now that's 8,058. Now that's 8,059. Now that's 8,060. 99681, 99682, 99683, 99684, 99685, 99686, 99687, 99688, 99689, 968,070. Nonetheless is 8,971, nonetheless is 8,972, nonetheless is 8,973, nonetheless is 8,974, nonetheless is 8,975, nonetheless is 8,976, nonetheless is 8,977, nonetheless is 8,978, nonetheless is 8,979, nonetheless is 8,080. Nonetheless is 8,081, nonetheless is 8,082, nonetheless is 8,083, nonetheless is 8,084, nonetheless is 8,085, nonetheless is 8,086, nonetheless is 8,087, nonetheless is 8,088, nonetheless is 8,089, nonetheless is 8,090, nonetheless is 8,091, nonetheless is 8,092, nonetheless is 8,093, nonetheless is 8,094, nonetheless is 8,095, nonetheless is 8,096, nonetheless is 8,097, nonetheless is 8,098, nonetheless is 8,099, nonetheless is 8,100, nonetheless is 8,101, nonetheless is 8,102, nonetheless is 8,103, nonetheless is 8,104, nonetheless is 8,105, nonetheless is 8,106, nonetheless is 8,107, nonetheless is 8,108, nonetheless is 8,109, nonetheless is 8,110, nonetheless is 8,111, nonetheless is 8,112, nonetheless is 8,113, nonetheless is 8,114, nonetheless is 8,115, nonetheless is 8,116, nonetheless is 8,117, nonetheless is 8,118, nonetheless is 8,119, nonetheless is 8,120, nonetheless is 8,121, nonetheless is 8,122, nonetheless is 8,123, nonetheless is 8,124, nonetheless is 8,125, nonetheless is 8,598, nonetheless is 8,592, nonetheless is 8,600, nonetheless is 8,601, nonetheless is 8,602, nonetheless is 8,603, nonetheless is 8,604, nonetheless is 8,605, nonetheless is 8,606, nonetheless is 8,607, nonetheless is 8,608, nonetheless is 8,609, nonetheless is 8,610, nonetheless is 8,611, nonetheless is 8,612, nonetheless is 8,613, nonetheless is 8,614, nonetheless is 8,615, nonetheless is 8,616, nonetheless is 8,617, nonetheless is 8,618, nonetheless is 8,619, nonetheless is 8,620, nonetheless is 8,621, nonetheless is 8,622, nonetheless is 8,623, nonetheless is 8,624, nonetheless is 8,625, nonetheless is 8,626, nonetheless is 8,627, nonetheless is 8,628, nonetheless is 8,629, nonetheless is 8,630, nonetheless is 8,631, nonetheless is 8,632, nonetheless is 8,633, nonetheless is 8,634, nonetheless is 8,635, nonetheless is 8,636, nonetheless is 8,637, nonetheless is 8,638, nonetheless is 8,639, nonetheless is 8,640, nonetheless is 8,641, nonetheless is 8,642, nonetheless is 8,643, nonetheless is 8,644, nonetheless is 8,645, nonetheless is 8,646, nonetheless is 8,647, nonetheless is 8,648, nonetheless is 8,649, nonetheless is 8,650, nonetheless is 8,651, nonetheless is 8,652, nonetheless is 8,653, nonetheless is 8,654, nonetheless is 8,655, nonetheless is 8,656, nonetheless is 8,657, nonetheless is 8,658, nonetheless is 8,659, nonetheless is 8,660, nonetheless is 8,661, nonetheless is 8,662, nonetheless is 8,663, 968 and 264, 968 and 265, 968 and 266, 968 and 267, 968 and 268, 968 and 269, 968 and 270, 968 and 273, 968 and 274, 968 and 275, 968 and 276, 968 and 277, 968,678, 968,679, 968,608, 968,681, 968,682, 968,683, 968,684, 968,685, 968,686, 968,687, 968,688, 968,689, 968,690, 968,691, 968,692, 968,693, 968,694, 968,695, 968,696, 968,697, 968,698, 968,699, 968,700. 968,701, 968,702, 968,703, 968,704, 968,705, 968,706, 968,707, 968,708, 968,709, 968,710. 968,711, 968,712, 968,713, 968,714, 968,715, 968,716, 968,717, 968,718, 968,719, 968,720. 968,721, 968,722, 968,723, 968,724, 968,725, 968,726, 968,727, 968,728, 968,729, 968,730. 968,731, 968,732, 968,733, 968,734, 968,735, 968,736, 968,737, 968,738, 968,739, 968,740. 968,741, 968,742, 968,743, 968,744, 968,745, 968,746, 968,747, 968,748, 968,749, 968,750. 968,751, 968,752, 968,753, 968,754, 968,755, 968,766, 968,767, 968,768, 968,769, 968,770. 968,771, 968,772, 968,773, 968,774, 968,775, 968,776, 968,777, 968,778, 968,779, 968,780, 968,781, 968,782, 968,783, 968,784, 968,785, 968,786, 968,787, 968,788, 968,789, 968,790, 968,795, 968,792, 968,793, 968,794, 968,795, 968,796, 968,797, 968,798, 968,799, 968,800, 968,801, 968,802, 968,803, 968,804, 968,805, 968,806, 968,807, 968,808, 968,809, 968,810. 968,811, 968,812, 968,813, 968,814, 968,815, 968,816, 968,817, 968,818, 968,819, 968,820. Now that's 821. Now that's 822. Now that's 823. Now that's 824. Now that's 825. Now that's 826. Now that's 827. Now that's 828. Now that's 829. Now that's 8,830. Now that's 8,860. Now that's 8,861. Now that's 8,862. Now that's 8,863. Now that's 8,864. Now that's 8,864. Now that's 8,866. Now that's 8,867. Now that's 8,868. Now that's 8,869. Now that's 8,870. Now that's 8,871. Now that's 8,872. Now that's 8,873. Now that's 8,874. Now that's 8,875. Now that's 8,876. Now that's 8,877. Now that's 8,878. Now that's 8,879. Now that's 8,900. 8,879. Now that's 8,880. Now that's 8,881. Now that's 8,882. Now that's 8,883. Now that's 8,884. Now that's 8,885. Now that's 8,886. Now that's 8,887. Now that's 8,888. Now that's 8,889. Now that's 8,890. Now that's 8,891. Now that's 8,892. Now that's 8,893. Now that's 8,894. Now that's 8,895. Now that's 8,896. Now that's 8,897. Now that's 8,898. Now that's 8,899. Now that's 68,000. $900. Now that's 8,901. Now that's 8,902. Now that's 8,903. Now that's 8,904. Now that's 8,905. Now that's 8,906. Now that's 8,907. Now that's 8,908. Now that's 8,909. Now that's 8,910. Now that's 8,911. Now that's 8,912. Now that's 8,913. Now that's 8,914. Now that's 8,915. Now that's 8,916. Now that's 8,917. Now that's 8,918. Now that's 8,919. Now that's 8,920. 968 and 931, 968 and 932, 968 and 933, 968 and 934. 968 and 935, 968 and 936, 968 and 937, 968 and 938, 968 and 929, 968 and 930. 968 and 931, 968 and 932, 968 and 933, 968 and 934, 968 and 935, 968 and 936, 968 and 937, 968 and 938, 968 and 939, 968 and 940. 968 and 941, 968 and 942, 968 and 943, 968 and 944, 968 and 945, 968 and 946, 968 and 947, 968 and 948, 968 and 949, 968 and 950. 968 and 951, 968 and 952, 968 and 953, 968 and 954, 968 and 955, 968 and 956, 968 and 957, 968 and 958, 968 and 959, 968 and 970. 968 and 971, 968 and 972, 968 and 973, 968 and 974, 968 and 975, 968 and 976, 968 and 977, 968 and 978, 968 and 979, 968 and 980. 968 and 981, 968 and 982, 968 and 983, 968 and 984, 968 and 985, 968 and 986, 968 and 987, 968 and 988, 968 and 989, 968 and 990. 968 and 991, 968 and 992, 968 and 993, 968 and 994, 968 and 995, 968 and 996, 968 and 997, 968 and 998, 968 and 999, 968,000. 999, 969,000, 969,001, 969,003, 969,003, 969,004, 969,005, 969,006, 969,007, 969,008, 969,009, 969,010. 969,011, 969,012, 969,013, 969,014, 969,015, 969,016, 969,017, 969,018, 969,019, 969,020. 969,021, 969,022, 969,023, 969,024, 969,025, 969,096, 969,097, 969,098, 969,029, 969,030, 969,031, 969,032, 969,093, 969,094, 969,095, 969,096, 969,097, 969,038, 969,039, 969,040. 969,041, 969,042, 969,043, 969,044, 969,045, 969,046, 969,047, 969,048, 969,049, 969,050. 969,051, 969,052, 969,053, 969,054, 969,055, 969,065, 969,066, 969,067, 969,068, 969,069, 969,070, 969,071, 969,072, 969,073, 969,074, 969,075, 969,076, 969,077, 969,078, 969,079, 969,080, 969,081, 969,082, 969,083, 969,084, 969,085, 969,086, 969,087, 969,088, 969,089, 969,090, 969,091, 969,092, 969,093, 969,094, 969,095, 969,099, 969,100, 969,101, 969,102, 969,103, 969,104, 969,105, 969,106, 969,107, 969,108, 969,109, 969,110, 969,111, 969,112, 969,113, 969,114, 969,115, 969,116, 969,116, 969,118, 969,119, 969,120, 969,121, 969,122, 969,123, 969,124, 969,125, 969,126, 969,127, 969,128, 969,129, 969,130, 969,131, 969,132, 969,133, 969,134, 969,135, 969,136, 969,137, 969,138, 969,139, 969,140, 969,141, 969,142, 969,143, 969,144, 969,145, 969,146, 969,147, 969,148, 969,149, 969,150, 969,151, 969,152, 969,163, 969,164, 969,165, 969,166, 969,167, 969,168, 969,169, 969,106, 969,161, 969,162, 969,163, 969,164, 969,165, 969,166, 969,167, 969,168, 969,169, no less is 9,108. No less is 9,181. No less is 9,182. No less is 9,183. No less is 9,184. No less is 9,185. No less is 9,186. No less is 9,187. No less is 9,188. No less is 9,189. No less is 9,190. No less is 9,191. No less is 9,192. No less is 9,193. No less is 9,193. No less is 9,194. No less is 9,195. No less is 9,196. No less is 9,197. No less is 9,198. No less is 9,199. No less is 9,000. Okay. 200. One less is 9,201. One less is 9,202. One less is 9,203. No less is 9,204. One less is 9,205. One less is 9,206. One less is 9,207. One less is 9,208. One less is 9,209. One less is 9,210. One less is 9,211. One less is 9,212. One less is 9,213. One less is 9,214. One less is 9,215. One less is 9,216. One less is 9,217. One less is 9,218. One less is 9,219. One less is 9,220. One less is 9,295. One less is 9,292. One less is 9,293. One less is 9,294. One less is 9,295. One less is 9,296. One less is 9,297. One less is 9,298. One less is 9,299. One less is 9,240. Now that's 9,240. Now that is 9,241. Now that is 9,242. Now that is 9,244. Now that is 9,245. Now that is 9,245. Now that is 9,246. Now that is 9,247. Now that is 9,248. Now that is 9,249. Now that is 9,250. Now that is 9,251. Now that is 9,252. Now that is 9,253. Now that is 9,254. Now that is 9,255. Now that is 9,256. Now that is 9,257. Now that is 9,258. Now that is 9,259. Now that is 9,270. Now that is 9,271. Now that is 9,272. Now that is 9,273. Now that is 9,274. Now that is 9,275. Now that is 9,276. Now that is 9,277. Now that is 9,278. Now that is 9,279. Now that is 9,208. Now that is 9,281. Now that is 9,282. Now that is 9,283. Now that is 9,284. Now that is 9,285. Now that is 9,286. Now that is 9,287. Now that is 9,288. Now that is 9,289. Now that is 9,290. Now that is 9,291. Now that is 9,292. Now that is 9,293. Now that is 9,294. Now that is 9,295. 969,296, 969,297, 969,298, 969,299, 969,300. 969,301, 969,302, 969,303, 969,304, 969,305, 969,306, 969,307, 969,308, 969,309, 969,310, 969,311, 969,312, 969,313, 969,314, 969,315, 969,316, 969,318, 969,319, 969,320, 969,321, 969,322, 969,323, 969,324, 969,325, 969,236, 969,237, 969,238, 969,239, 969,230, 969,231, 969,232, 969,233, 969,234, 969,235, 969,236, 969,237, 969,238, 969,239, 969,240, 969,241, 969,242, 969,243, 969,244, 969,245, 969,246, 969,247, 969,248, 969,249, 969,250, 969,251, 969,252, 969,253, 969,254, 969,255, 969,256, 969,257, 969,268, 969,269, 969,270. 969,271, 969,272, 969,273, 969,274, 969,275, 969,276, 969,277, 969,278, 969,279, 969,298, 969,290, 969,271, 969,272, 969,273, 969,274, 969,292, 969,793, 969,794, 969,795, 969,796, 969,797, 969,798, 969,799, 969,800. No, that's not around 801. No, that's not around 800. No, that's not around 802. No, that's not around 804. No, that's not around 805. No, that's not around 806. No, that's not around 807. No, that's not around 808. No, that's not around 809. No, that's not around 810. No, that's not around 811. No, that's not around 812. No, that's not around 813. No, that's not around 814. No, that's not around 815. No, that's not around 816. No, that's not around 817. No, that's not around 814. No, that's not around 815. No, that's not around 816. No, that's not around 817. No, that's not around 818. No, that's not around 819. Just jam the door. I beg, I beg. No, that's not around 819. No, that's 9,000. Who called the one? Oh, ubroke with the name. Not last the same. 969,000. 969,890. 969,820. 969,821. 969,822. 969,823. 969,824. 969,825. 969,826. 969,827. 969,828. 969,829. 969,830. No less is nata 821. No less is nata 822 spooning. No less is nata 822. No less is nata take a mid. No less is nata 823. No less is nata 824. No less is nata 825. No less is nata 826. No less is nata 827. No less is nata 828. No less is nata 829. No less is nata 840. No less is nata 841. No less is nata 842. No less is nata 843. No less is nata 844. No less is nata 845. No less is nata 846. No less is nata 847. No less is nata 848. No less is nata 849. No less is 9,850. No less is nata 851. No less is 9,861. No less is 9,862. No less is 9,863. No less is 9,864. No less is 9,865. No less is 9,865. No less is 9,866. No less is 9,867. No less is 9,868. No less is 9,869. No less is 9,870. No less is nata 871. No less is nata 872. No less is nata 873. No less is nata 874. No less is nata 875. No less is nata 876. No less is nata 877. No less is nata 878. No less is nata 879. No less is 9,880. No less is nata 881. No less is nata 882. No less is nata 883. No less is nata 884. No less is nata 885. No less is nata 886. No less is nata 887. No less is nata 888. No less is nata 889. No less is 9,890. No less is nata 891. No less is nata 892. No less is nata 893. No less is nata 894. No less is nata 895. No less is nata 896. No less is nata 897. No less is nata 898. No less is nata 899. No less is 9,900. No less is nata 901. No less is nata 902. No less is nata 903. No less is nata 904. No less is nata 905. No less is nata 906. No less is nata 907. No less is nata 908. No less is nata 909. No less is nata 910. No less is nata 911. 969,912, 969,913, 969,914, 969,915, 969,916, 969,917, 969,918, 969,919, 969,920. Now less is 9,931. Now less is 9,932. Now less is 9,933. Now less is 9,934. Now less is 9,935. Now less is 9,936. Now less is 9,937. Now less is 9,938. Now less is 9,939. Now less is 9,930. Now less is 9,931. Now less is 9,932. Now less is 9,933. Now less is 9,934. Now less is 9,935. Now less is 9,936. Now less is 9,937. Now less is 9,938. Now less is 9,939. Now less is 9,940. Now less is 9,941. Now less is 9,942. Now less is 9,943. Now less is 9,944. Now less is 9,945. Now less is 9,946. Now less is 9,947. Now less is 9,948. Now less is 9,949. Now less is 9,950. Now less is 9,951. Now less is 9,952. Now less is 9,953. Now less is 9,954. Now less is 9,955. Now less is 9,956. Now less is 9,957. Now less is 9,958. Now less is 9,959. Now less is 9,960. Now less is 9,961. Now less is 9,962. Now less is 9,963. Now less is 9,964. Now less is 9,965. Now less is 9,966. Now less is 9,967. Now less is 9,968. Now less is 9,969. Now less is 9,970. Now less is 9,971. Now less is 9,972. Now less is 9,973. Now less is 9,974. Now less is 9,975. Now less is 9,976. Now less is 9,977. Now less is 9,978. Now less is 9,979. Now less is 9,908. Now less is 9,981. Now less is 9,982. Now less is 9,983. Now less is 9,984. Now less is 9,985. Now less is 9,986. Now less is 9,987. Now less is 9,988. Now less is 9,989. Now less is 9,990. Now less is 9,991. Now less is 9,992. Now less is 9,993. Now less is 9,994. Now less is 9,995. Now less is 9,996. Now less is 9,997. Now less is 9,998. Now less is 9,995. Now less is 9,996. Now less is 9,997. Now less is 9,998. Now less is 9,999. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Now that is 9,908. Now that is 9,999. Now that is 9,999. 970,000. 970,001. 970,002. 970,003, 970,004, 970,005, 970,006, 970,007, 970,008, 970,009, 970,010, 970,011, 970,012, 970,013, 970,014, 970,015, 970,016, 970,017, 970,018, 970,019, 970,020. Okay. 970,031, 970,032, 970,033, 970,034, 970,035, 970,036, 970,037, 970,038, 970,039, 970,040, 970,041, 970,042, 970,043, 970,044, 970,045, 970,046, 970,047, 970,048, 970,049, 970,050, 970,051, 970,052, 970,053, 970,054, 970,055, 970,056, 970,057, 970,058, 970,059, 970,060, 970,061, 970,062, 970,063, 970,064, 970,065, 970,066, 970,067, 970,068, 970,069, 970,070, 970,071, 970,072, 970,073, 970,074, 970,075, 970,076, 970,077, 970,078, 970,079, 970,080. Excuse me. 970,081, 900. $970,609, $970,069, $970,070, $970,071, $970,072, $970,073, $970,074, $970,075, $970,076, $970,077, $970,078, $970,079, $970,080, $970,081, $970,082, $970,083, $970,084, $970,085, $970,086, $970,087, $970,088, $970,089, $970,090, 970,091, 970,092, 970,093, 970,094, 970,095, 970,096, 970,097, 970,098, 970,099, 970,100, 970,101, 970,102, 970,103, 970,104, 970,105, 970,106, 970,107, 970,108, 970,109, 970,110, 970,111, 970,102, 970,113, 970,114, 970,115, 970,116, 970,117, 970,118, 970,119, 970,120, 970,121, 970,122, 970,123, 970,134, 970,135, 970,136, 970,137, 970,138, 970,139, 970,130, 970,131, 970,132, 970,133, 970,134, 970,135, 970,136, 970,137, 970,138, 970,139, 970,140, 970,141, 970,142, 970,143, 970,144, 970,145, 970,146, 970,147, 970,148, 970,149, 970,150, 970,151, 970,152, 970,153, 970,154, 970,155, 970,156. Che. I need this. Come on, speak really here. Nene. Not touch anything there. Overall, this need did not drop. People not say something. I don't understand it. Okay, can't even. People will just be talking to me and manner of how I say comfortably. I'm actually respond or something. God forbid. You say? But again, on the same account, on the same account, it's not different account. No, sometimes it want to drop all of them, or maybe the network. Taruh kamu mau YouTube, ha? 950 970,120 970,121 970,122 970,123 970,124 970,125 970,126 970,127 970,128 970,129 970,130 970,131 970,132 970,133 970,134 970,135 970,136 970,137 970,138 970,139 970,140 970,141 970,142 970,143 970,144 970,145 970,146 970,147 970,148 970,149 970,306 970,307 970,308 970,309 970,330 970,331 970,332 970,333 970,334 970,335 970,336 970,337 970,338 970,339 970,340 970,241 970,242 970,243 970,244 970,245 970,246 970,247 970,248 970,249 970,350 I charge you since morning. I'll call the money charges. Now I see. I know charge so. Then I charge my phone. Percent. I'm going to make potato. 970,341 970,342 970,343 970,344 970,345 970,346 970,347 970,348 970,349 970,350 970,251 970,252 970,253 970,254 970,255 970,256 excuse me 970,257 970,258 970,259 970,360 970,251 970,252 excuse me please 970,261 970,262 970,263 970,264 970,265 970,266 970,267 970,268 970,269 970,380 970,281 970,282, 970,283, 970,284, 970,285, 970,286, 970,287, 970,288, 970,289, 970,390, 970,291, 970,292, 970,293, 970,294, 970,295, 970,296, 970,297, 970,298, 970,299, 970,400. 970,401, 970,402, 970,403, 970,404, 970,405, 970,406, 970,407, 970,408, 970,409, 970,410, 970,411, 970,412, 970,413, 970,414, 970,415, 970,416, 970,413, 970,418, 970,419, 970,420, 970,421, 970,422, 970,423, 970,424, 970,425, 970,426, 970,427, 970,428, 970,429, 970,430. 970,431, 970,432, 970,433, 970,434, 970,435, 970,436, 970,437, 970,438, 970,439, 970,440. 970,441, 970,442, 970,443, 970,444, 970,445, 970,446, 970,447, 970,448, 970,449, 970,450. 970,451, 970,452, 970,453, 970,454, 970,455, 970,456, 970,457, 970,458, 970,459, 970,460. 970,462, 970,462, 970,463, 970,464, 970,465, 970,466, 970,467, 970,468, 970,469, 970,470. 970,471, 970,472, 970,473, 970,474, 970,475, 970,476, 970,477, 970,478, 970,479, 970,408. 970,481, 970,482, 970,483, 970,484, 970,485, 970,486, 970,487, 970,488, 970,489, 970,490. 970,495, 970,492, 970,493, 970,494, 970,405, 970,406, 970,407, 970,408, 970,409. 970,499, 970,500, 970,501, 970,502, 970,503, 970,504, 970,505, 970,506, 970,507, 970,508, 970,509, 970,510, 970,511, 970,512, 970,513, 970,514, 970,515, 970,516, 970,517, 970,518, 970,519, 970,520. 970,521, 970,522, 970,523, 970,524, 970,525, 970,526, 970,527, 970,528, 970,529, 970,530, 970,531, 970,532, 970,533, 970,534, 970,535, 970,536, 970,537, 970,538, 970,539, 970,540, 970,541, 970,542, 970,543, 970,544, 970,545, 970,546, 970,547, 970,548, 970,549, 970,550. 970,551, 970,552, 970,553, 970,554, 970,555, 970,556, 970,557, 970,558, 970,559, 970,570. 970,571, 970,572, 970,573, 970,574, 970,575, 970,576, 970,577, 970,578, 970,579, 970,580. 970,581, 970,582, 970,587, 483, 970,584, 970,585, 970,586, 970,587, 970,588, 970,589, 970,590. 970,780, 970,781, 970,782, 970,783, 970,784, 970,785, 970,786, 970,787, 980,788, 970,789, 970,700. 780, 980,781, 980,782, 980,783, 980,000. Nine hundred 70,783, 970,784, 970,785, 970,786, 970,787, 970,788, 970,789, 970,790. 970,791, 970,792, 970,793, 970,794, 970,795, 970,796, 970,797, 970,798, 970,799, 970,800. 970,801, 970,802, 970,803, 970,804, 970,805, 970,806, 970,807, 970,808, 970,809, 970,810, 970,811, 970,812, 970,813, 970,814, 970,815, 970,816, 970,817, 970,818, 970,819, 970,820, 970,821, 970,822, 970,823, 970,824, 970,825, 970,826, 970,827, 970,828, 970,829, 970,830. 970,831, 970,832, 970,833, 970,834, 970,835, 970,836, 970,837, 970,875, 970,876, 970,877, 970,878, 970,879, 970,880, 970,881, 970,882, 970,883, 970,884, 970,885, 970,886, 970,887, 970,888, 970,889, 970,890, 970,891, 970,892, 970,893, 970,894, 970,895, 970,896, 970,897, 970,898, 970,899. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Lord Jesus Christ, cover me. 970,899, 970,900. 970,901, 970,902, 970,903, 970,904, 960, 900, 960, 960, 960, 907, 960, 908, 960, 909, 970, 910. 960, 911, 960, 912, 960, 913, 960, 914, 960, 915, 960, 916, 960, 917, 960, 918, 960, 919, 970, 920. 960, 961, 960, 962, 960, 963, 964, 960, 965, 960, 966, 960, 967, 960, 968, 960, 969, 970,930. 960, 961, 960, 962, 963, 960, 964, 960, 965, 960, 966, 960, 967, 960, 968, 960, 969, 970,940. Chicken mo ako kasi dito ka on. Kamakano dito ako. 970,931, 970,935, 970,941, 970,942, 970,943, 970,944, 970,945, 970,946, 970,947, 970,948, 970,949, 970,950. 970,951, 970,952, 970,953, 970,954, 970,955, 970,956, 970,957, 970,958, 970,959, 970,960. 970,961, 970,962, 970,963, 970,964, 970,965, 970,966, 970,970, 970,969, 970,970, 980. 971, 972, 973, 974, 975, 976, 977, 978, 979, 970 to the 990. 970,991, 970,992, 970,993, 970,994, 970,995, 970,996, 970,997, 970,998, 970,999, 970,999, 971,000, 971,001, 971,002, 971,003, 971,004, 971,005, 971,006, 971,007, 971,008, 971,009, 971,010, 971,011, 971,012, 971,013, 971,014, 971,015, 971,016, 971,017, 971,018, 971,019, 971,020, 971,021, 971,022, 971,023, 971,024, 971,025, 971,026, 971,027, 971,028, 971,029, 971,030, 971,031, 971,032, 971,033, 971,034, 971,035, 971,036, 971,037, 971,038, 971,039, 971,040, 971,041, 971,042, 971,043, 971,044, 971,045, 971,046, 971,047, 971,048, 971,049, 971,050, 971,051, 971,052, 971,053, 971,054, 971,055, 971,056, 971,057, 971,058, 971,059, 971,060, 971,061, 971,062, 971,063, 971,064, 971,065, 971,066, 971,067, 971,068, 971,069, 971,070, 971,071, 971,072, 971,073, 971,074, 971,075, 971,076, 971,077, 971,078, 971,079, 971,080, 971,081, 971,082, 971,073, 971,074, 971,075, 971,076, 971,077, 971,078, 971,079, 971,080, 971,081, 971,082, 971,083, 971,084, 971,085, 971,086, 971,087, 971,088, 971,089, 971,090, 971,091, 971,092, 971,093, 971,094, 971,095, 971,096, 971,097, 971,098, 971,099, 971,000, 100, 971,101, 971,102, 971,103, 971,104, 971,105, 971,106, 971,107, 971,108, 971,109, 971,110. 971,111, 971,112, 971,113, 971,114, 971,115, 971,116, 971,117, 971,118, 971,119, 971,120. 971,151, 971,152, 971,153, 971,154, 971,155, 971,156, 971,157. Each one you want from microphone. 971,000. Each Johan number. 971,000. 971,190. 971,190. 971,190. 971,190. 971,190. 971,190. 971,190. 971,197. 971,198. 971,199. 971,200. 971,201, 971,202, 971,203, 971,204, 971,205, 971,206, 971,207, 971,208, 971,209, 971,210, 971,211, 971,212, 971,213, 971,214, 971,215, 971,216, 971,217, 971,218, 971,219, 971,220, 971,221, 971,222, 971,223, 971,224, 971,225, 971,226, 971,310, 971,311, 971,312, 971,313, 971,314, 971,315, 971,316, 971,316, 971,317, 971,318, 971,319, 971,320. Now that's it, 1,221. Now that's it, 1,222. Now that's it, 1,223. Now that's it, 1,224. Now that's it, 1,225. Now that's it, 1,226. Now that's it, 1,227. Now that's it, 1,228. Now that's it, 1,229. Now that's it, 1,236. Now that's it, 1,231. Now that's it, 1,232. Now that's it, 1,233. Now that's it, 1,234. Now that's it, 1,235. Now that's it, 1,236. Now that's it, 1,237. Now that's it, 1,238. Now that's it, 1,239. Now that's it, 1,340. 9,241, 9,242, 9,243, 9,244, 9,245, 9,246, 9,247, 9,248, 9,249, 9,250. Now that's a ton time 255. Now that's a ton time 252. Now that's a ton time 253. Now that's a ton time 254. Now that's a ton time 255. Now that's a ton time 256. Now that's a ton time 257. Now that's a ton time 258. Now that's a ton time 259. Now that's a ton time 260. Now that's a ton time 261. Now that's a ton time 262. Now that's a ton time 263. Now that's a ton time 264. Now that's a ton time 265. Now that's a ton time 266. Now that's a ton time 267. Now that's a ton time 268. Now that's a ton time 269. Now that's a ton time 270. Now that's a ton time 261. Now that's a ton time 262. Now that's a ton time 263. Now that's a ton time 264. Now that's a ton time 265. Now that's a ton time 266. Now that's a ton time 267. Now that's a ton time 268. Now that's a ton time 269. Now that's a 1,380. Now that's a ton time 281. Now that's a ton time 282. Now that's a ton time 284. Now that's a ton time 284. Now that's a ton time 285. Now that's a ton time 286. Now that's a ton time 287. Now that's a ton time 288. Now that's a ton time 289. Now that's a ton time 290. Now that's a ton time 291. Now that's a ton time 292. Now that's a ton time 293. Now that's a ton time 294. Now that's a ton time 295. Now that's a ton time 296. Now that's a ton time 297. Now that's a ton time 298. Now that's a ton time 299. Now that's a 1,400. Now that's a ton time 401. Now that's a ton time 402. Now that's a ton time 403. Now that's a ton time 404. Now that's a ton time 405. Now that's a ton time 406. Now that's a ton time 407. Now that's a ton time 408. Now that's a ton time 409. Now that's a ton time 410. Now that's a ton time 411. Now that's a ton time 412. Now that's a ton time 413. Now that's a ton time 414. Now that's a ton time 415. Now that's a ton time 416. Now that's a ton time 416. Kí ló parí? Tó parí náà chichi. Now that's a 1,460. Now that's a 1,461. Now that's a 1,462. Now that's a 1,463. Now that's a 1,464. Now that's a 1,465. Now that's a 1,466. Now that's a 1,467. Now that's a 1,468. Now that's a 1,469. Now that's a 1,470. Now that's a 1,470. Now that's a 1,470. Now that's a 1,473. Now that's a 1,474. Now that's a 1,475. Now that's a 1,476. Now that's a 1,477. Now that's a 1,478. Now that's a 1,479. Now that's a 1,480. Now that's a 1,481. Now that's a 1,482. Now that's a 1,483. Now that's a 1,484. Now that's a 1,485. Now that's a 1,486. Now that's a 1,487. Now that's a 1,488. Now that's a 1,489. Now that's a 1,490. Nada se trata fonda neto, 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 971,500. Nada se trata profundamente, 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 971,510. Nada se trata profundamente, nada se trata profundamente, nada se trata profundamente, nada se trata profundamente, talaje. Nada se trata profundamente, nada se trata profundamente, nada se trata profundamente. I beg, put another one there, I beg. Water still. Chew, Ugo. Ugo. Digo que eu tava rolando. Tiana, freezer. Eu para Tiana, brother, please. Wait, water, no way. Nada 71,525. Nada 70,426. Nada 70,427. Nada 70,428. Nada 70,429. Nada 71,530. Nada 70,431. Nada 70,432. Nada 70,433. Nada 70,434. Nada 70,435. Nada 70,436. Nada 70,437. Nada 70,438. Nada se trata fuertes, nada se trata fuertes, nada se trata fuertes, nada se trata fuertes, nada se 1,540, nada se trata fuertes, 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 Nada 71,550. Nada 70,550. 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 Nada 70,559. Nada 71,560. Nada 70,561. Nada se trata Francisco, 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 nada se trata Francisco 1, nada se trata Francis 8, nada se trata Francis 9, nada 71,570. Nada se trata Francis, nada se trata Francis, nada se trata Francis, nada se trata Francis 4. Nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés 1, nada se trata francés 8, nada se trata francés 9, nada 71,580. Nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés 5. Nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés, nada se trata francés 8, nada se trata francés 9, nada se trata 580, nada se trata for 8, 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 nada se trata for 89, nada se trata for 90, 900 50,001, 900 50,002, 900 50,003, 900 50,004, 900 50,005, 900 50,006, 900 50,007, 900 50,008, 900 50,009, 971,600. Upon that, 950,601, 950,602, 950,603, 950,604, 950,605, 950,606, 950,607, 950,608, 950,609, 950,610. 950,611, 950,612, 950,613, 950,614, 950,615, 950,616, 950,617, 950,618, 950,619, 971,620. 971,621, 971,622, 971,623, 971,624, 971,625, 971,626, 971,627, 971,628, 971,629, 971,630. 950,631, 950,632, 950,633, 950,634, 950,635, 950,636, 950,637, 950,638, 950,639, 971,640, 950,641, 950,642, 950,643, 950,644, 950,645, 950,646, 950,647, 950,648, 950,649, 971,650. 950,651, 950,652, 950,653, 950,654, 950,655, 950,656, 950,657, 950,658, 950,659, 950,660. 950,661, 950,662, 950,663, 950,664, 950,665, 950,666, 950,667, 950,668, 950,669, 971,670. 950,671, 950,672, 950,673, 950,674, 950,675, 950,676, 950,677, 950,678, 950,679, 971,680. 971,681, 971,682, 971,683, 971,684, 971,685, 971,686, 971,687, 971,688, 971,689, 971,690, 971,691, 971,692, 971,693, 971,694, 971,695, 971,696, 971,697, 971,698, 971,699, 971,700, 971,701, 971,702, 971,703, 971,704, 971,705, 971,706, 971,707, 971,708, 971,709, 971,710, 951,711, 951,712, 951,713, 951,714, 951,715, 951,716, 951,717, 951,718, 951,719, 951,720. No, that's in 1,725. No, that's in 1,722. No, that's in 1,723. No, that's in 1,724. No, that's in 1,725. No, that's in 1,726. No, that's in 1,727. No, that's in 1,728. No, that's in 1,729. No, that's in 1,730. No, that's in 1,735. No, that's in 1,733. No, that's in 1,733. No, that's in 1,734. No, that's in 1,735. No, that's in 1,736. No, that's in 1,737. No, that's in 1,738. No, that's in 1,739. No, that's in 1,740. No, that's in 1,741. No, that's in 1,742. No, that's in 1,743. No, that's in 1,744. No, that's in 1,745. No, that's in 1,746. No, that's in 1,747. No, that's in 1,748. No, that's in 1,749. No, that's in 1,750. No, that's in 1,755. No, that's in 1,752. No, that's in 1,753. No, that's in 1,754. No, that's in 1,755. No, that's in 1,756. No, that's in 1,757. No, that's in 1,758. No, that's in 1,759. No, that's in 1,760. No, that's in 1,761. No, that's in 1,762. No, that's in 1,763. No, that's in 1,764. No, that's in 1,765. No, that's in 1,766. No, that's in 1,767. No, that's in 1,768. No, that's in 1,769. No, that's in 1,770. No, that's in 1,771. No, that's in 1,772. No, that's in 1,773. No, that's in 1,774. No, that's in 1,775. No, that's in 1,776. No, that's in 1,777. No, that's in 1,778. No, that's in 1,779. No, that's in 1,780. No, that's in 1,781. No, that's in 1,782. No, that's in 1,783. No, that's in 1,784. No, that's in 1,785. No, that's in 1,786. No, that's in 1,787. No, that's in 1,788. No, that's in 1,789. No, that's in 1,790. No, that's in 1,791. No, that's in 1,792. No, that's in 1,793. No, that's in 1,794. No, that's in 1,795. No, that's in 1,796. No, that's in 1,797. No, that's in 1,798. No, that's in 1,799. No, that's in 1,800. No, that's in 1,801. No, that's in 1,802. No, that's in 1,803. No, that's in 1,804. No, that's in 1,805. No, that's in 1,806. No, that's in 1,807. No, that's in 1,808. No, that's in 1,809. No, that's in 1,810. No, that's in 1,811. No, that's in 1,802. No, that's in 1,813. No, that's in 1,814. No, that's in 1,815. No, that's in 1,816. No, that's in 1,817. No, that's in 1,818. No, that's in 1,819. No, that's in 1,820. 9,881, 9,882, 9,883, 9,884, 9,885, 9,886, 9,887, 9,808, 9,809, 9,71,830, 9,71,831, 9,71,832, 9,71,833, 9,71,834, 9,71,835, 9,71,836, 9,71,837, 9,71,838, 9,71,839, 9,71,840, 9,71,841, 9,71,842, 9,71,843, 9,71,844, 9,71,845, 9,71,846, 9,71,847, 9,71,848, 9,71,849, 9,71,850, 9,71,851, 9,71,852, 9,71,853, 9,71,854, 9,71,855, 9,71,856, 9,71,857, 9,71,858, 9,71,859, 9,71,860, 9,71,861, 9,71,862, 9,71,863, 9,71,864, 9,71,865, 9,71,866, 9,71,867, 9,71,868, 9,71,869, 9,71,870. 9,71,871, 9,71,872, 9,71,873, 9,71,874, 9,71,875, 9,71,876, 9,71,877, 9,71,878, 9,71,879, 9,71,880, 9,71,881, 9,71,882, 9,71,883, 9,71,884, 9,71,885, 9,71,886, 9,71,887, 9,71,888, 9,71,889, 9,71,890, 9,71,891, 9,71,892, 9,71,893, 9,71,892, 9,71,895, 9,71,896, 9,71,897, 9,71,898, 9,71,899, 971,000. 900, 9,71,901, 9,71,902, 9,71,903, 9,71,904, 9,71,905, 9,71,906, 9,71,907, 9,71,908, 9,71,909, 9,71,910, 9,71,911, 9,71,912, 9,71,913, 9,71,914, 9,71,915, 9,71,916, 9,71,917, 9,71,918, 9,71,919, 9,71,920, 9,71,921, 9,71,922, 9,71,923, 9,71,924, 9,71,925, 9,71,926, 9,71,927, 9,71,928, 9,71,929, 9,71,930, 9,71,931, 9,71,932, 9,71,933, 9,71,934, 9,71,935, 9,71,936, 9,71,937, 9,71,938, 9,71,939, 940, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 950, 947, 950, 948, 950, 949, 951, 950, 950, 951, 950, 952, 950, 953, 950, 954, 950, 955, 950, 956, 950, 957, 950, 958, 950, 959, 971, 960, 971, 961, 971, 962, 971, 963, 971, 964, 971, 965, 971, 966, 971, 967, 971, 968, 971, 969, 971, 970, 971, 971, 971, 972, 971, 973, 971, 974, 971, 975, 971, 976, 971, 977, 971, 978, 971, 979, 971,980, 971,981, 971,983, 971,983, 971,984, 971,985, 971,986, 971,987, 971,988, 971,989, 971,990, 971,991, 971,992, 971,993, 971,994, 971,995, 971,996, 971,997, 971,998, 971,999, 970, 1,000, 999, 972,000, 972,001, 972,002, 972,003, 972,004, 972,005, 972,006, 972,007, 972,008, 972,009, 972,010, 972,011, 972,012, 972,013, 972,014, 972,015, 972,016, 972,017, 972,018, 972,019, 972,020, 972,021, 972,022, 972,023, 972,024, 972,025, 972,026, 972,027, 972,028, 972,029, 972,030, 972,031, 972,032, 972,033, 972,034, 972,035, 972,036, 972,037, 972,038, 972,039, 972,040, 972,041, 972,042, 972,043, 972,044, 972,045, 972,046, 972,047, 972,048, 972,049, 972,050, 972,050, 907 2001, 907 2002, 907 2002, 907 2004, 907 2005, 907 2007, 907 2008, 907 2009, 907 2016, 907 2061, 907 2062, 907 2063, 907 2064, 907 2065, 907 2066, 907 2067, 907 2068, 907 2069, 907 2070, 907 2071, 907 2072, 907 2003, 907 2004, 907 2005, 907 2006, 907 2007, 907 2008, 907 2009, 907 2018, 907 2081, 907 2082, 907 2083, 907 2084, 907 2085, 907 2086, 907 2087, 907 2088, 907 2089, 907 2090, 907 2091, 907 2092, 907 2093, 907 2094, 907 2095, 907 2096, 907 2097, 907 2098, 907 2099, 907 2100, 907 2101, 907 2102, 907 2103, 907 2104, 907 2105, 907 2106, 907 2107, 907 2108, 907 2109, 907 2110, 972,603, 972,604, 972,605, 972,606, 972,607, 972,608, 972,609, 972,610, 972,611, 972,612, 972,613, 972,614, 972,614, 972,616, 972,613, 972,618, 972,619, 972,628, 972,621, 972,622, 972,623, 972,624, 972,625, 972,626, 972,627, 972,628, 972,629, 972,630, 972,631, 972,632, 972,633, 972,634, 972,635, 972,636, 972,637, 972,638, 972,639, 972,640, 972,641, 972,642, 972,643, 972,644, 972,645, 972,646, 972,647, 972,648, 972,649, 972,650, 972,651, 972,652, 972,653, 972,654, 972,655, 972,656, 972,657, 972,658, 972,659, 972,660, 972,661, 972,662, 972,663, 972,664, 972,665, 972,666, 972,667, 972,668, 972,669, 972,680, Nala Sakita Sonda Itu, Nala Sakita Sonda Itu, Nala Sakita Sonda Itu, Nala Sakita Sonda Itu, Nala Sakita Sonda Isa, Nala Sakita Sonda Is, Nala Sakita Sonda Is, Nala Sakita Sonda It, Nala Sakita Sonda Is, Nala Sakita Sonda Net, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, Nala Sakita Sonda, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, 8, Nala Sakita Sonda Nitu, 9, Nala Sakita 2,700, Nala Sakita 700, Nala Sakita 700, Nala Sakita 700, Nala Sakita 700, Nala Sakita 700. Nala Sakita 706, Nala Sakita 707, Nala Sakita 708, Nala Sakita 709, Nala Sakita 710, Nala Sakita 711, Nala Sakita 712, Nala Sakita 713, Nala Sakita 714, Nala Sakita 715, Nala Sakita 716, Nala Sakita 716, Nala Sakita 718, Nala Sakita 719, Nala Sakita 720, Nala Sakita 722, Nala Sakita 722, Nala Sakita 722, Nala Sakita 724, Nala Sakita 725, Nala Sakita 726, Nala Sakita 727, Nala Sakita 728, Nala Sakita 729, Nala Sakita 730, Nala Sakita 730, Nala Sakita 732, Nala Sakita 733, Nala Sakita 734, Nala Sakita 735, Nala Sakita 736, Nala Sakita 737, Nala Sakita 738, Nala Sakita 739, Nala Sakita 740, Nala Sakita 740, Nala Sakita 740, Nala Sakita 740, Nala Sakita 744, Nala Sakita 745, Nala Sakita 746, Nala Sakita 747, Nala Sakita 748, Nala Sakita 749, Nala Sakita 750. Nala Sakita 755, Nala Sakita 750, Nala Sakita 750, Nala Sakita 754, Nala Sakita 755, Nala Sakita 756, Nala Sakita 757, Nala Sakita 758, Nala Sakita 759, Nala Sakita 760, Nala Sakita 761, Nala Sakita 762, Nala Sakita 763, Nala Sakita 764, Nala Sakita 765, Nala Sakita 766, Nala Sakita 767, Nala Sakita 768, Nala Sakita 769, Nala Sakita 770, Nala Sakita 771, Nala Sakita 772, Nala Sakita 773, Nala Sakita 774, Nala Sakita 775, Nala Sakita 776, Nala Sakita 777, Nala Sakita 778, Nala Sakita 779, Nala Sakita 780, 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 Nala Sakita 787, Nala Sakita 788, Nala Sakita 789, Nala Sakita 790, Nala Sakita 791, Nala Sakita 792, Nala Sakita 793, Nala Sakita 794, Nala Sakita 795, Nala Sakita 796, Nala Sakita 797, Nala Sakita 798, Nala Sakita 799, Nala Sakita 2,800, Nala Sakita 801, Nala Sakita 802, Nala Sakita 802, Nala Sakita 804, Nala Sakita 805, Nala Sakita 806, Nala Sakita 807, Nala Sakita 808, Nala Sakita 809, Nala Sakita 810, Nala Sakita 811, Nala Sakita 812, Nala Sakita 813, la seduta equal 49, la seduta equal 59, la seduta equal 69, la seduta equal 70, la seduta equal 89, la seduta equal 19, la seduta equal 20. La seduta equal 21, la seduta equal 22, la seduta equal 23, la seduta equal 24, la seduta equal 25, la seduta equal 26. La seduta equal 27, la seduta equal 28, la seduta equal 29. La seduta equal 30. La seduta equal 31, la seduta equal 32, la seduta equal 33. La seduta equal 34, la seduta equal 35, la seduta equal 36. La seduta equal 37, la seduta equal 38, la seduta equal 39. La seduta equal 40. La seduta equal 41, la seduta equal 49, la seduta equal 43. La seduta equal 44, la seduta equal 45. La seduta equal 46, la seduta equal 47. La seduta equal 48, la seduta equal 49. La seduta equal la seduta equal 51, la seduta equal 59, la seduta equal 54. La seduta equal 54, la seduta equal 55, la seduta equal 56. La seduta equal 57, la seduta equal 58. La seduta equal 59, la seduta equal 60. La seduta equal 61, la seduta equal 62. La seduta equal 63, la seduta equal 64. La seduta equal 65. La seduta equal 69, la seduta equal 70, la seduta equal 68, la seduta equal 69. La seduta equal 70. La seduta equal 71, la seduta equal 72. La seduta equal 73, la seduta equal 74. La seduta equal 75, la seduta equal 76. La seduta equal 77, la seduta equal 78. La seduta equal 79. La seduta 2880. La seduta equal 81. La seduta equal 82. La seduta equal 83. La seduta equal 84. La seduta equal 85. La seduta equal 86. La seduta equal 87. La seduta equal 88. La seduta equal 89. La seduta equal 90. La seduta equal 90. La seduta equal 90. La seduta equal 90. La seduta equal 94. La seduta equal 94. La seduta equal 96. La seduta equal 97. La seduta equal 98. La seduta equal 99. La seduta 2,900. La seduta 901. La seduta 902. La seduta 903. La seduta 904. La seduta 905. La seduta 906. La seduta 907. La seduta 908. La seduta 909. La seduta 910. La seduta 911. La seduta 912. La seduta 913. La seduta 914. La seduta 915. La seduta 916. La seduta 915. La seduta 918. La seduta 919. La seduta 2,920. La seduta 922. La seduta 923. La seduta 923. La seduta 924. La seduta 925. La seduta 926. La seduta 927. La seduta 928. La seduta 929. La seduta 2,930. La seduta 931. La seduta 932. La seduta 933. La seduta 934. La seduta 934. La seduta 936. La seduta 937. La seduta 938. La seduta 939. La seduta 940. La seduta 941. La seduta 942. La seduta 943. La seduta 944. La seduta 945. La seduta 946. La seduta 947. 948, 949, 950, 951, 952, 953, 954, 955, 956, 957, 958, 959, 960. No, that's a total, 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 no, that's a six, no, that's a total, no, that's a seven, no, that's a total, no, that's a eight, no, that's a total, no, that's a nine, no, that's a total, 970. No, that's a total, no, that's a total, no, that's a total, no, that's a two, no, that's a total, no, that's a three, no, that's a total, no, that's a four, no, that's a total, no, that's a five, no, that's a total, no, that's a six, no, that's a total, no, that's a seven, no, that's a total, no, that's a eight, no, that's a total, no, that's a nine, excuse me. No, that's a total 908. No, that's a total 981. No, that's a total 982. No, that's a total 983. No, that's a total 984. No, that's a total 987. No, that's a total 986. No, that's a total 987. No, that's a total 988. No, that's a total 989. No, that's a total 990. No, that's a total 991. No, that's a total 992. No, that's a total 993. No, that's a total 994. No, that's a total 995. No, that's a total 996. No, that's a total 997. No, that's a total 998. No, that's a total 999. No, that's 2,999. 973,000, 973,001, 973,002, 973,003, 973,004, 973,005, 973,006, 973,007, 973,008, 973,009, 973,010. 973,011, 973,012, 973,013, 973,014, 973,015, 973,016, 973,017, 973,018, 973,019, 973,020. 973,021, 973,022, 973,023, 973,024, 973,025, 973,026, 973,027, 973,028, 973,029, 973,030. 973,031, 973,032, 973,043, 973,044, 973,045, 973,046, 973,047, 973,048, 973,049, 973,050, 973,051, 973,052, 973,053, 973,054, 973,055, 973,056, 973,057, 973,058, 973,059, 973,060. 973,061, 973,062, 973,063, 973,064, 973,065, 973,066, 973,067, 973,068, 973,069, 973,070. 973,071, 973,072, 973,073, 973,074, 973,075, 973,076, 973,077, 973,078, 973,079, 973,080. 973,081, 973,082, 973,083, 973,084, 973,085, 973,086, 987, 988, 989, 990, 991, 992, 993, 994, 995, 996, 997, 998, 999, 973,100, 973,101, 973,102, 973,103, 973,104, 973,105, 973,106, 973,107, 973,108, 973,109, 973,110. 973,111, 973,112, 973,113, 973,114, 973,115, 973,116, 973,117, 973,118, 973,119. 973,128, 973,122, 973,132, 973,133, 973,134, 973,135, 973,136, 973,137, 973,138, 973,139, 973,130. 973,131, 973,132, 973,133. 971,4, 971,5, 971,6, 971,7, 971,8, 971,9, 973,180, 973,181, 973,182, 973,183, 973,184, 973,187, 973,186. 971,87, 971,88, 971,89, 971,90, 971,91, 971,92, 971,93, 971,94, 971,95, 971,96, 971,97, 971,98, 971,99. 973,200, 973,202, 973,203, 973,204, 973,205, 973,206, 973,207, 973,208, 973,209, 973,210. 973,211, 973,212, 973,213, 973,214, 973,214, 973,216, 973,217, 973,218, 973,219. 973,208, 973,212, 973,213, 973,213, 973,214, 973,214, 973,216, 973,237, 973,238, 973,239, 973,230, 973,231, 973,232, 973,234, 973,234, 973,235. 973,236, 973,237, 973,238, 973,239, 973,240, 973,241, 973,240, 973,240, 973,244, 973,245, 973,246, 973,247, 973,248, 973,249, 973,250, 973,251, 973,252, 973,253, 973,254, 973,255, 973,256, 973,257, 973,258, 973,259, 973,260, 973,261, no loss every time 2 losses 2, no loss every time 2 losses 3, no loss every time 2 losses 4, no loss every time 2 losses 5, no loss every time 2 losses 6, no loss every time 2 losses 7, no loss every time 2 losses 8, no loss every time 2 losses 9, no loss every time 2 8, 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 no loss every time 2 8 4, no loss every time 2 8 5, no loss every time 2 8 6. No loss every time 2 is 7, no loss every time 2 is 8, no loss every time 2 is 9, no loss every time 2 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 95, no loss every time 2 96, no loss every time 2 97, no loss every time 2 98, no loss every time 2 99, no loss every 3,300. No loss every time 201. No loss every time 202. No loss every time 202. No loss every time 204. No loss every time 205. No loss every time 206. No loss every time 207. No loss every time 208. No loss every time 209. No loss every time 210. No loss every time 211. No loss every time 212. No loss every time 213. No loss every time 214. No loss every time 215. No loss every time 216. No loss every time 217. No loss every time 218. No loss every time 219. No loss every time 220. No loss every time 221. No loss every time 222. No loss every time 223. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. No loss every time 203. Thank you, Jesus. No loss every 3,361. No loss every time 262. No loss every time 203. No loss every time 204. No loss every time 205. No loss every time 206. No loss every time 207. No loss every time 208. No loss every time 209. No loss every time 270. No loss every time 201. No loss every time 202. No loss every time 203. No loss every time 204. No loss every time 205. No loss every time 206. No loss every time 207. No loss every time 208. No loss every time 209. No loss every time 209. No loss every time 219. 280. No loss every time 280. No loss every time 282. No loss every time 282. No loss every time 284. No loss every time 285. No loss every time 286. No loss every time 287. No loss every time 288. No loss every time 289. No loss every time 290. 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 No loss every time 294. No loss every time 295. No loss every time 296. No loss every time 297. No loss every time 298. No loss every time 299. No loss 3,400. No loss every time 401. No loss every time 402. No loss every time 403. No loss every time 404. No loss every time 405. No loss every time 406. No loss every time 407. No loss every time 408. No loss every time 409. No loss 3,410. No loss every time 411. No loss every time 412. No loss every time 413. No loss every time 414. No loss every time 415. No loss every time 416. No loss every time 416. No loss every time 418. No loss every time 419. No loss every time 420. No loss every time 411. 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 30. Now let's take it down 400. 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 Now let's take it down 405. Now let's take it down 430. 33. Now let's take it down 404. Now let's take it down 405. Now let's take it down 406. Now let's take it down 437. Now let's take it down 438. Now let's take it down 439. Now let's take it down 440. 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 Now let's take it down 445. Now let's take it down 446. Now let's take it down 447. Now let's take it down 448. Now let's take it down 449. Now let's take it down 450. Now let's take it down 451. Now let's take it down 452. Now let's take it down 453. Now let's take it down 454. Now let's take it down 455. Now let's take it down 456. Now let's take it down 457. Now let's take it down 408. Now let's take it down 409. Now let's 3,470. Now let's take it down 470. Now let's take it down 472. Now let's take it down 473. Now let's take it down 474. Now let's take it down 475. Now let's take it down 476. Now let's take it down 477. Now let's take it down 478. Now let's take it down 479. Now let's take it down 480. Now let's take it down 480. Now let's take it down 482. Now let's take it down 483. Now let's take it down 481. Now let's take it down 485. Now let's take it down 486. Now let's take it down 487. Now let's take it down 488. Now let's take it down 489. Now let's take it down 490. Now let's take it down 491. Now let's take it down 492. Now let's take it down 493. Now let's take it down 492. Now let's take it down 494. Now let's take it down 496. Now let's take it down 497. Now let's take it down 498. Now let's take it down 499. Now let's 3,500. Now let's take it down 501. Now let's take it down 502. Now let's take it down 503. Now let's take it down 504. Now let's take it down 505. Now let's take it down 506. Now let's take it down 507. Now let's take it down 508. Now let's take it down 509. Now let's take it down 510. Now let's take it down 511. Now let's take it down 512. Now let's take it down 513. Now let's take it down 514. Now let's take it down 515. Now let's take it down 516. Now let's take it down 516. Now let's take it down 517. Now let's take it down 518. Now let's take it down 519. Now let's take it down 520. Now let's take it down 521. Now let's take it down 522. Now let's take it down 523. Now let's take it down 524. Now let's take it down 525. Now let's take it down 526. Now let's take it down 427. Now let's take it down 428. Now let's take it down 429. Now let's 3,530. Now let's take it down 431. Now let's take it down 430. Now let's take it down 433. Now let's take it down 434. Now let's take it down 435. Now let's take it down 436. Now let's take it down 437. Now let's take it down 438. Now let's take it down 439. Now let's 3,540. Now let's take it down 441. Now let's take it down 442. Now let's take it down 443. Now let's take it down 444. Now let's take it down 445. Now let's take it down 446. Now let's take it down 447. Now let's take it down 448. Now let's take it down 449. Now let's 3,550. Now let's take it down 451. Now let's take it down 452. Now let's take it down 453. Now let's take it down 452. Now let's take it down 455. Now let's take it down 456. Now let's take it down 457. Now let's take it down 458. Now let's take it down 459. Now let's 3,560. Now let's take it down 461. Now let's take it down 462. Now let's take it down 463. Now let's take it down 464. Now let's take it down 465. Now let's take it down 466. Now let's take it down 467. 970 Francis 8, 970 Francis 9, 970 Francis 7, 970 Francis 1, 970 Francis 2, 970 Francis 2, 970 Francis 4, 970 Francis 5, 970 Francis 6, 970 Francis 7, 970 Francis 8, 970 Francis 9, 973,580. Nora Sabita Fan 81, Nora Sabita Fan 82, Nora Sabita Fan 83, Nora Sabita Fan 84, Nora Sabita Fan 85, Nora Sabita Fan 86, Nora Sabita Fan 87, Nora Sabita Fan 88, Nora Sabita Fan 89, Nora Sabita Fan 90, Nora Sabita Fan 95, Nora Sabita Fan 92, Nora Sabita Fan 93, Nora Sabita Fan 94, Nora Sabita Fan 95, Nora Sabita Fan 96, Nora Sabita Fan 97, Nora Sabita Fan 98, Nora Sabita Fan 99, Nora 73,600, Nora Sabita 601, Nora Sabita 602, Nora Sabita 603, Nora Sabita 604, Nora Sabita 605, Nora Sabita 606, Nora Sabita 607, Nora Sabita 608, Nora Sabita 609, Nora Sabita 610, Nora Sabita 611, Nora Sabita 612, Nora Sabita 613, Nora Sabita 614, Nora Sabita 615, Nora Sabita 616, Nora Sabita 617, Nora Sabita 618, Nora Sabita 619, Nora Sabita 620, Nora Sabita 621, Nora Sabita 622, Nora Sabita 623, Nora Sabita 624, Nora Sabita 625, Nora Sabita 626, Nora Sabita 627, Nora Sabita 628, Nora Sabita 629, Nora Sabita 630. Nora Sabita 631, Nora Sabita 632, Nora Sabita 633, Nora Sabita 634, Nora Sabita 635, Nora Sabita 636, Nora Sabita 637, Nora Sabita 638, Nora Sabita 639, Nora Sabita 640. Nora Sabita 641, Nora Sabita 642, Nora Sabita 643, Nora Sabita 644, Nora Sabita 645, Nora Sabita 646, Nora Sabita 647, Nora Sabita 648, Nora Sabita 649, Nora Sabita 650, Nora Sabita 651, Nora Sabita 652, Nora Sabita 653, Nora Sabita 654, Nora Sabita 655, Nora Sabita 656, Nora Sabita 657, Nora Sabita 658, Nora Sabita 659, Nora Sabita 660, Nora Sabita 661, Nora Sabita 662, Nora Sabita 663, Nora Sabita 664, Nora Sabita 665, Nora Sabita 666, Nora Sabita 667, Nora Sabita 668, Nora Sabita 669, Nora Sabita 680. Nora Sabita 681, Nora Sabita 682, Nora Sabita 683, Nora Sabita 684, Nora Sabita 685, Nora Sabita 686, Nora Sabita 687, Nora Sabita 688, Nora Sabita 689, Nora Sabita 690, Nora Sabita 690, Nora Sabita 690, Nora Sabita 690, Nora Sabita 694, Nora Sabita 695, Nora Sabita 696, Nora Sabita 697, Nora Sabita 698, Nora Sabita 699, Nora 3,700, Nora Sabita 701, Nora Sabita 702, Nora Sabita 703, Nora Sabita 704. Jesus. Nora Sabita 705, Nora Sabita 706, Nora Sabita 707, Nora Sabita 708, Nora Sabita 709, Nora Sabita 710, Nora Sabita 711, 9,712, 9,713, 9,714, 9,715, 9,716, 9,717, 9,718, 9,719, 9,720, 9,721, 9,722, 9,723, 9,724, 9,725, 9,736, 9,737, 9,738, 9,739, 9,740. 9,740, 9,740, 9,743, 9,744, 9,745, 9,746, 9,747, 9,748, 9,749, 9,750, 9,751, 9,752, 9,753, 9,754, 9,755, 9,756, 9,757, 9,758, 9,759, 9,760. 9,761, 9,762, 9,763, 9,764, 9,765, 9,766, 9,767, 9,768, 9,769, 9,770, 9,771, 9,772, 9,773, 9,774, 9,775, 9,776, 9,777, 9,778, 9,779, 9,780, 9,781, 9,782, 9,783, 9,784, 9,785, 9,786, 9,787, 9,788, 9,789, 9,790, 9,791, 9,792, 9,793, 9,794, 9,795, 9,796, 9,797, 9,798, 9,799, 9,70800, 9,70801, 9,70802. Now that's a bit of an 803, now that's a bit of an 804, now that's a bit of an 804, now that's a bit of an 806, now that's a bit of an 807, now that's a bit of an 808, now that's a bit of an 809, now that's a 3,810. Now that's a bit of 811. Now that's a bit of 812. Now that's a bit of 813. Now that's a bit of 814. Now that's a bit of 815. Now that's a bit of 816. Now that's a bit of 817. Now that's a bit of 818. Now that's a bit of 819. Now that's a bit of 820. Now that's a bit of 821. Now that's a bit of 822. Now that's a bit of 823. Now that's a bit of 824. Now that's a bit of 825. Now that's a bit of 826. Now that's a bit of 827. Now that's a bit of 828. Now that's a bit of 829. Now that's a bit of 830. Now that's a bit of 831. Now that's a bit of 832. Now that's a bit of 823. Now that's a bit of 824. Now that's a bit of 825. Now that's a bit of 826. Now that's a bit of 827. Now that's a bit of 828. Now that's a bit of 829. Now that's a bit of 840. Now that's a bit of 841. Now that's a bit of 842. Now that's a bit of 843. Now that's a bit of 844. Now that's a bit of 845. Now that's a bit of 846. Now that's a bit of 847. Now that's a bit of 848. Now that's a bit of 849. Now that's a bit of 850. Now that's a bit of 851. Now that's a bit of 852. Now that's a bit of 853. Now that's a bit of 854. Now that's a bit of 855. Now that's a bit of 856. Now that's a bit of 857. Now that's a bit of 858. Now that's a bit of 859. Now that's a bit of 860. Now that's a bit of 861. Now that's a bit of 862. 9 after 8 rounds is 3, 9 after 8 rounds is 4, 9 after 8 rounds is 5, 9 after 8 rounds is 6, 9 after 8 rounds is 7, 9 after 8 rounds is 8, 9 after 8 rounds is 9, 9 after 8 rounds 17. Nanda Sabita Itran Central, 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 Nanda Sabita Itran Central 9, Nanda Sam 3,880. Nanda Sabita Itra Iswan, Nanda Sabita Itra Isu, Nanda Sabita Itra Isri, Nanda Sabita Itra Isfo, Nanda Sabita Itra Isha, Nanda Sabita Itra Is, Nanda Sabita Itra Iselna, Nanda Sabita Itra Is 8, Nanda Sabita Itra Is 9, Nanda Sabita Itra 90, Nanda Sabita Itra 90, Nanda Sabita Itra 90, Nanda Sabita Itra 90. Nanda Sabita 894, Nanda Sabita 895, Nanda Sabita 896, Nanda Sabita 897, Nanda Sabita 898, Nanda Sabita 899, Nanda Sabita 900, Nanda Sabita 901, Nanda Sabita 902, Nanda Sabita 903, Nanda Sabita 904, Nanda Sabita 905, Nanda Sabita 906, Nanda Sabita 907, Nanda Sabita 908, Nanda Sabita 909, Nanda Sabita 910, Nanda Sabita 911, Nanda Sabita 912, Nanda Sabita 913, Nanda Sabita 914, Nanda Sabita 915, Nanda Sabita 916, Nanda Sabita 917, Nanda Sabita 918, Nanda Sabita 919, Nanda Sabita 920, Nanda Sabita 922, Nanda Sabita 922, Nanda Sabita 933, Nanda Sabita 934, Nanda Sabita 935, Nanda Sabita 936, Nanda Sabita 937, Nanda Sabita 938, Nanda Sabita 929, Nanda Sabita 930, Nanda Sabita 931, Nanda Sabita 932, Nanda Sabita 933, Nanda Sabita 934, Nanda Sabita 935, Nanda Sabita 936, Nanda Sabita 937, Nanda Sabita 938, Nanda Sabita 939, Nanda Sabita 940, Nanda Sabita 941, Nanda Sabita 942, Nanda Sabita 943, Nanda Sabita 944, Nanda Sabita 945, Nanda Sabita 946, Nanda Sabita 947, Nanda Sabita 948, Nanda Sabita 949, Nanda Sabita 3,950, Nanda Sabita 951, Nanda Sabita 952, Nanda Sabita 953, Nanda Sabita 954, Nanda Sabita 955, Nanda Sabita 956, Nanda Sabita 957, Nanda Sabita 958, Nanda Sabita 959, Nanda Sabita 960, Nanda Sabita 961, Nanda Sabita 962, Nanda Sabita 963, Nanda Sabita 964, Nanda Sabita 965, Nanda Sabita 966, Nanda Sabita 967, Nanda Sabita 968. Let me see this now. Nanda Sabita 969, Nanda Sabita 917, Nanda Sabita 971, Nanda Sabita 972, Nanda Sabita 973, Nanda Sabita 974, Nanda Sabita 975, Nanda Sabita 976, Nanda Sabita 977, Nanda Sabita 978, Nanda Sabita 969, Nanda Sabita 980. Nanda Sabita 981, Nanda Sabita 982, Nanda Sabita 983, Nanda Sabita 984, Nanda Sabita 985, Nanda Sabita 986, Nanda Sabita 987, Nanda Sabita 988, Nanda Sabita 989, Nanda Sabita 990, Nanda Sabita 991, Nanda Sabita 992, Nanda Sabita 993, 997, 994, 997, 995, 997, 996, 997, 997, 997, 998, 997, 999, 974,000. Okay, guys, we're gonna wrap up for tonight. To continue tomorrow morning as usual. Thank you all for today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for counting with me. Thank you for the courage. Thank you for your love. I love you all, guys. God bless you. We're good. So see you all tomorrow morning as we continue. And do have a good night rest. Thank you. Love you all. Bye. See ya tomorrow.